Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Psst. Anybody there? How does this thing work then? Should we try and figure out how this thing works? Let's see, shall we? Let's see. Alrighty, how we doing, boys and girls? 2024, first stream back. Way later than expected, by the way.
Is that your wallet?
Way later than
You're just glad to
expected,
see me.
but you know, real life does real life things. Shalina, welcome in with a resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Welcome in. This feels odd. This feels odd. This feels weird. For two reasons. One, I'm streaming again. Two, the fact that we're back in retail. Feels very odd from all fronts. It's going to take me a minute to get used to this. This is actually... Ooh. I think this is the longest break I think I have ever had.
Both, I hope.
From streaming. Since I started streaming, of course. But that's... yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. Kahani, thank you very much. Appreciate it for the 22. Yeah, Happy New Year to everybody. Hope everybody's well. I hope everybody had a fantastic Christmas. I caught the lurgy. It was going to happen, right? It was always going to happen. December rolled through. I was like, I'm usually ill in December, and I hadn't been ill in December, and it worried me. And then Christmas came and went, and my little niece, bless her, she might only be 18 months old, but she spent all Christmas with a runny nose and a cold, and infected everybody. Absolutely everybody. So yeah, we spent most of New Year and the following few days practically in bed. Not for good reasons. So yeah, it took me a little bit longer to get back running up to speed. I was mostly back and alive sort of last Friday, but I thought, you know, let's take the weekend. Let's let's start fresh on Monday. That's the one. It's always the small ones, like plague rats. They do turn up and they're cute and they run around and everybody wants to, you know, pick them up and play with their toys and stuff. But yes, they do infect people like the plague. You're not wrong. Stupid Twitch broke chat when I did my resub message and my watch streak message. Oh my word, it's just come through to me though. 30 stream streak. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's super impressive. I appreciate that a lot. Today though, what in the world coffee? Coffee is the very first thing. Very first thing. No coffee and no Warcraft make Mantheus something. I'm so out of the loop, it feels disgusting, because for most of the Christmas period, I wasn't playing any video games whatsoever, and so I'm lacking in some information, so I'm going to need you to just throw info at me today to catch me up to speed. Hopefully we'll be back up and running nice and quickly, and then everything will start, you know, back to normal. I think we have a release date for 10.2.5. I think that comes out on the 16th. That's about as much information as I know. I have not paid much attention to much of anything, so we're going to do a little bit of a catch-up. Let's log into the game first, though. Let's see what's going on. I'm playing around with some of the Wrath of the Lich King Classic, having tons of fun. I've been thinking about this, you know, and because we got the roadmap for 2024. 2024 roadmap looks stacked. If you are heavily invested in the Warcraft universe, 2024 is just pumping from every angle. I suspect that we'll be pretty busy with WoW this year. It sounds very much like it. Very much like it indeed. Morning, you're Lamoka on a day off. I don't know what I'm drinking coffee-wise at the moment. I appreciate the sub. Thank you very much. Welcome. Good morning to you. And you've also kicked off a hype train, by the way, so thank you very much for that. We don't see the hype trains all too often over here, so I don't push. I don't sell out anywhere hard enough. But thank you very much. Yes, some good coffee is always needed first thing in the morning. But I think 2024 is going to be really busy for WoW, like super duper mega busy for WoW. I'm really quite excited for it, if I'm honest. Really excited. The fact that we have The fact that I found a new love in Season of Discovery both surprised me. 30 FPS? What's going on here? The fact I found a new love in Season of Discovery surprised me. I want to dip into that and play that a little bit more. But in a weird way, it has given me classic vibes and desire to go play Wrath of the Lich King as well, which is something I didn't expect to happen. I have kind of... I kind of have the desire to start leveling up on classic and working our way through to the Wrath of the Lich King. I did not expect that, but I can agree that hit me as well. So there's a good chance that we might, especially considering we've got a few days or so. Am I right? Am I right in saying that it's the 16th? Let me get a Wowhead page up somewhere. Let's what we got going on over here? Let's have a little bit of a look. Let's play catch up. 16th is the day. 16th is the number. So what does that mean in terms of... Oh, so it's like, yeah, a week away. So we've got this next... We've got one reset until we get 10.25. 10.25 is going to bring about with it some new goodies to play with. Can I filter temporarily just live stuff? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how the filters work. Where is it? This surprised me. I did a little tweet about this. I've been semi-active again back on Reddit and Twitter in the last few days, even though I wasn't streaming. This surprised me greatly. I did a little tweet about this. Their ever-increasing transparency about how many accounts that they're squishing is both kind of nice to see, but the fact the number's going up, you would expect when they ban a bunch of people that only a percentage of those accounts come back, right? But the number of bans that seem to be actioned is going up. Does that mean the botting problem... I mean, obviously, Season of Discovery is partly the reason... Although, no, that's not even true, is it? Because Season of Discovery didn't even launch till December. 270,000 accounts were banned in December. In November, it was 200,000 accounts. So there was an increase of 70,000 new... Or an increase of 70,000 further accounts that were banned in December. Which is madness. That's actually madness. If you put a cash dollar, real money figure to that, that is bananas money. $270,970 accounts. Let's say that they all have to buy, because this is from a classic perspective, right? So you need to buy a month of game time. If you buy you can't buy a single month of game time now, can you? You have to buy 2 months of game time. Unless you attach a credit card. Which is something that if you are probably less like... Stupid people attach credit cards to accounts they're going to bot on. Because then Blizzard can just surely ban the account as well, right? I don't know if that's something that Blizzard does. They should do. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you get caught botting on an account, just block the credit card as well. But let's just put a month of game time in there. 15. Whoa. Multiply that by 15. 4 million. 4 million revenue. 4 million in revenue was the value of the accounts that they banned just in December. Now, as it appears, it kind of looks like bots aren't slowing down. The transparency of how many they're banning isn't making them shy away from doing it again by the looks of things. Actions against accounts might also be accounts created by bots for future use. No need to spend money on them at this point. I mean, in theory, true. But it's very difficult to... You can't ban an account for no reason. You have to provide some reason. You have to at least inform that you broke a rule. You can't ban an account that hasn't done anything negative on it. So if bots are buying accounts for future use, those in theory can't be accounts that can be banned yet. If somebody creates 2,000 accounts, you can. I mean, maybe that's suspicious enough activity that yes, possibly. Yeah, I guess if the accounts are made in an automated fashion and it's clearly obvious that, you know, in that scenario, I guess possibly. I don't know. But either way, this number is getting bigger. From June, mid-year, not too much was really going on. 130, it dipped down, then it went up. Then it went down again. Then it spiked to over 200,000 accounts in October. What significant thing happened in September to cause such a rise in the amount of bots that might surface? Was there when did ICC come out for Wrath of the Lich King? Would it have been the new... I don't know. Because Season of Discovery came out beginning of December. So that wouldn't have had an effect. I'm trying to think back to September. I don't know. Either way, the numbers are only getting bigger. Let's hope that they... It's weird because you want the number to be less. You want the number to be smaller because if that means there's less bots. If they're banning less accounts, then clearly that's because there's less bots. You'd at least like there to be a common link between those two assumptions, that if they're banning less people, that is because there's less people to ban. But you know, the number going up only indicates that there is yet a bigger bot problem than there has ever been, or at least since they've been telling us about it. Either way, interesting. Very interesting. This equates to, by the way, I did some napkin maths on this for those who are not following on Twitter. Follow on Twitter, twitter.com/Manthius. This equates to one account every 10 seconds for the entire month. There's 168 hours in a week. There's 4 weeks in a month. That's 10. That's what's one account every 10 seconds of every single day throughout December gets banned. Incredible. Absolutely wild. That wasn't what I was looking for, though, was it? I was looking for the... Maybe it'd be... This is one of those things where actually just going and direct to the source might be easier. Give me just a quick link to the originals. Hot fixes... General discussion, Blizz tracker. AV bonus weekend extended 2 days ago. Season of Discovery hot fixes. Some hot fixes to the raid. January the 5th update. What was this one? Trading Post, the additional 500 traders tender that some players received as part of the Trading Post Enthusiast achievement, which requires players to earn monthly bonus reward 12 times. An issue is being looked into where this additional currency isn't listed as one of the rewards. Does that mean we've had the Traders Post for an entire calendar year now? Must be. Must be. Oh! They didn't do a big Christmas Traders Tender bundle, did they? They weren't brave enough to. Maybe there's a hat I need to eat. They weren't brave enough. I said for months that they were going to do a big Christmas bundle. Or, sorry, a big transmog mount bundle that just so happens to come with Trader's Tender. You know, you gotta make it at least look like you're not trying to sell Trader's Tender. But a bonus 500 for doing it every month for 12 months. Well, you're meant to get... How many Trader's Tender are you meant to get a month? 1,000? Is it 1,000 or is it 1,500? I can't remember. Don't you get... Is it 1,000? I'm pretty sure it's 1,000 Trader's Tender you're meant to get each month. So you do it every single month and get 12,000 Trader's Tender. And you get a bonus 500 for doing such. Wow. What's in the trading post this month? We're gonna. I tell you what, this stream is going to be all over the shop. I'm telling you now, because I'm going to be bouncing around like an absolute crazy person trying to work out what's going on. Let's go and have a little poke about, see what's going on. What's interesting on that this month? Got to remember that I'm Horde again. We're not playing Season of Discovery. We're on Horde this time. Jesus. So out of touch. Unbelievably out of touch. I really want to know why my FPS is in the bin. Can I get some frames, please, Blizzard? Want to buy some frames? 60? Now we're cooking. Right. What's in? What have you got to offer then? 1,300 Trader's Tender. Go on then.
Welcome to the trading post.
Hope you like this month's collection. Well, show me what it is. Let's see what the crack is this year. Waste Wonders Trackers Kit. I mean, it's quite cool. Golden... Oh! You're funky. Armored Golden Pterodax. Cool. Copper Resonating Crystal. Hang on, what's with the prices of all of these? They jacked up the value of these again. Weren't mounts like 750 at one point? Morgs Gaming, Happy New Year to you too as well. Good morning, welcome in, welcome. Is there not, once again, significantly more than you can even feasibly attempt to buy? 600 for a little pet? Painted and adored with gold. There's the... Is the... Oh, this is another thing to talk about today at some point in a bit more detail. The gold sync vendor. Does that work in EU now? Or is it still busted? I know there was a period of time where it popped up on Team NA and Team EU didn't have it. It works now, so we can spend stupid amounts of gold on this, but in actual gold, right? Is that what it is? 816. Well, I'm already short. 816. Is there anything else I'm gonna want? I'm gonna want this little. I'm gonna want the pet. If we don't buy the pet, we will save the pet. It's quite a cool gun. It's all Mog in it. Okay, that's quite cool from a goblin perspective. Oh, the goblin in me wants this one because this is quite cool. It's got shiny coins on it. Literally goblin bait, that one. Is it bad I can't tell what is changing with half of the yellow arm? You can have yellow arms. Great, excellent. Tabard, blah, 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 blah. Return. Whoa, hang on. What's this? Returning? Oh. Does it okay. So these are ones that were there previously and have now come back again. Okay. Go to the vendor before spending tender. It's because this thing, you get the set, you can spend, what is it, 1.2 million? And you get this, but just in actual gold. Isn't that what it is? Meaning I probably want to buy this one. He's cool. We'll have you. Sure. Is it going to work? Hey! Genius. Oh! Oh, I told you we are going to jump around like a crazy person today. Oh my god, what's his name? What's the guy's name who does, Plumber add-on and Narcissus? Is it Narcissus? What's the guy's name on Twitter? He was tweeting the other day and I saw him and he had some concepts for like a wardrobe feature for Transmog. Oh god, I can't remember his name. I feel bad now. I even think I follow him on Twitter. Hang on. It's Peter Summon, isn't it? I can't just search Peter on Twitter. Hang on. Narcissus. Am I getting this right? Hang on. Good opportunity to update the add-ons and all. Oh my god, all of the updates. Retail. Update everything. Plumber. Where's the info about this? Peter Rodox. What's his Twitter? Peter U on Twitter. There we go. Where's his... Yes, here it is. Check this shit out. This is outrageous. If Blizzard don't hurry up and hire this guy, they are missing a trick. If Blizzard don't hurry up and hire this guy, they are seriously missing a trick. Because one of Blizzard's problems, or World of Warcraft's problems for quite some time now, is their UI is fucking terrible. Now, I know we've had, you know, the UI overhaul in Dragonflight, but, you know, from a user experience perspective, it's pretty trash. This dude absolutely smashes it out the park. Check this out, for example. This is... there are several... This was actually, like, way back when, but he was just referencing it again. So this has been... you know, dreamt up quite some time ago. There's several ideas that I want to move forward with. I'd love to hear your thoughts. He's now come back and said that these are still prototypes because there's hurdles that have prevented him from implementing it that haven't changed. Clearly issues with the Blizzard API, I'd imagine. But some of this is like crazy, right? For transmog collectors especially. Can we go big here? Check this out, right? Imagine if this was what you could do for your, you know, for looking at the different sets. Hang on, Twitter. Can we have some pixels, please? No. Where's the quality setting gone on Twitter? All right, well, I guess these are the pixels we get. But, like, this could be so much cooler of a way. Now, if it's conceivable to do this in an add-on, there's almost no justification for Blizzard not doing it themselves, right? But this is crazy cool. For like, just searching through your transmog collection, trying things on, building your sets. Generally, this sort of stuff doesn't appeal to me. But This is crazy cool. This is a way to build out your transmog sets. Would be wonderful. I have no idea how he's managed to even make a mock-up of this. The guy's a wizard. This is why I say Blizzard need to hire this guy. Give this man a job, give this man a fat paycheck, and make him do this properly. Because if any of you have or haven't used the Narcissist add-on, it's fantastic. He also created Plumber, which was the add-on that everybody used to find seeds in 10.2. He's just an absolute wizard. Absolute wizard. From a front-end UI perspective, he's very talented. And I think his talents need to be harnessed. Because if Blizzard don't hoover him up, somebody else will. But that was very impressive. There was a few unfinished UI vendor mock-ups. So he's trying to... Just how much better does this look? It looks so much cleaner, so much more tidy, so much more up-to-date, right? It's real simple, real straightforward, but it just looks so much better. And this is what I think Blizzard has been really lacking over the years. That even brand new stuff that they've come out with, like the trading post, this is better. This is definitely a step in the right direction, but it's still not great. It's still not great. I don't know. This just still seems a much cleaner, sharper interface. He did a few others, actually. This was part of a thread, I think. Oh, maybe it wasn't. Either way, this guy's an absolute wizard, and he needs a job. Blizzard needs to... He's a scientific illustrator by trade, apparently. I have no idea what a scientific illustrator is. But he's clearly a talented guy, and he clearly needs a job. So Blizzard, if you're listening, give this man some money. Give this man lots of money. Put him on a fat paycheck and make him, put him to work, because he's a genius. Oh, hang on, show more. Maybe, oh, it was in this thread. Dialogue UI. Right, here we go. Here's another one, look. That's just so much cleaner. The immersion level alone is significantly better. He's had a few other thoughts, no videos to go along with, but yeah, the man needs a job. Absolutely needs a job. Blizzard need to pay him lots of money. Anyway, right, what have we done here? We've picked up our golden pterodax. We could potentially get the copper resonating crystal. Do I want to start 2024 by spending 1.2 million on a mount? That's borderline the most I think I'll have ever spent on a mount. I don't even know if this character's got 1.2 million right now, I mean, he does technically. Oh, look, it's Squirrel Day. Today is 100% Squirrel Day. I am slowly trying to play catch-up for... Well, actually, quite a lot in retail, because we played Season of Discovery for nearly all of December. So it's been theoretic... Oh, I really worry about my Auction House character, actually, on my other account. I'm hoping at some point during Season of Discovery I logged on and at least emptied my mailbox. Ooh, this could get painful. Where's this new gold mount vendor then? Or this new gold sync vendor? It's tied to the black market auction house, right? So have we got to get back to Valdrakken? Got to buy all the things from the vendor. The items will move to the black market auction house soon. Is that what they're doing? Are they putting FOMO on it as well? I mean, I get FOMO's a thing, and I know it's a very persuasive tool to make people part with their hard-earned, but it just feels wrong. Where is it then? Black Market Auction House. Let's go and have a little look. That's round the corner. I'm amazed I can remember my keybinds, you know. We'll actually go, we'll run over to the Emerald Dream in a bit, and I'll kill a Super Bloom and stuff just to kind of remind myself what my buttons are. Bring 2 mil. I mean, I only really want the mount, surely. Which one of these is the Black Market Auction House? I can never remember. You're around here somewhere. Are you the Black Market Auction House? You don't look very Black Market Auction House. You know, you're Void Storage and Transmog. Go west and descend. Under the daycare. Below the Professions Quarter. It was down here somewhere. Hang on, somebody says under the daycare. What? I swear it was round here. Is it really? This isn't it. Where's it gone? Technically, it's not in Valdraken. I'm so lost. There we go. Who is the... Is it you? No, you're the regular Black Market Auction House. Curiosity kills the cat. That ain't a bad price, actually, for an unclaimed container. I've not purchased... Oh, wow. I forget my TSM data lasts a long time. I've not purchased a Black Market container for 754 days. Apparently. That's 2 years? Does that mean it's been 2 years since I bought a Black Market container? Well, they've gone down in price somewhat since. I so infrequently check the Black Market Auction House simply for the reason that there's only one thing in here I'd actually ever really want. Death Charges Reigns? Yeah, 400k for that's also tempting. Not gonna lie.
Keep your eyes and heart.
Where's this new vendor then? Where's this new... Is it you?
These are the finest.
Looking for something expensive. Oh, snap. Okay. This is where we get to spend some money then. Sheesh. It's going to be an expensive morning. So this is the gold resonating crystal. So it's the exact same flipping mount. Just see, that annoys me. That annoys me so much. You've instantly, Blizzard, just FYI Blizzard, you've instantly undermined the value of this by there instantly being a reskin of it. Like, you can't put an orange one for free tenders and then try and charge 1.2 million for the gold one. Like, do they not understand value prepositions? ATT, players are going to want both. Whoa, yeah. That is a wild amount of money or gold to spend on a single mount that I don't even think looks all that, you know. It's a gold bug. I'm never going to use the gold bug. Is the spider still 2 million? Do I have the spider? What's the name of the spider? Did I ever bother buying it? I don't think I did because I don't like spiders. Let's open you. Can I just search for spider? No, apparently not. What was the spider mount called? Widow something. Bloodfang Widows, is it this thing? The Mad Merchant. Yeah, I never bothered buying this. For the very simple fact, I don't like spiders. So it was 2 million gold to buy a mount that I was never going to use. Because he's ugly as sin. I must admit, from a... This does look better. Like, excluding the fact I don't particularly like spiders, this is a better mount, I think, than this. This is just like, oh yeah, you just sat on the back of another mount. What skeleton's this using? Because it's clearly not a unique skeleton either, is it? This is my problem with these. Is it just the bear skeleton? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look as if it does anything, like, particularly fancy. We just squish them with our shoes in Australia. Yeah, I mean, one day, maybe, if I have nothing else to spend the gold on, I might pick it up. But, yeah, spiders are icky. I'd spend it just to add it to the collection. That's all it would be. If I ever want to get my mount number significantly higher, it might end up going on the list of things that just has to be bought, you know. Has the same skeleton as the BFA drone mounts. Is that what it is? Because yeah, it flies and its wings pop out or something, doesn't it? I've seen it do a thing. I'm still not sold on its being worth 1.2 million though, when I can just buy it for 800 tenders this month, just with a slightly different colour. But you are right, all the things will make me want both. So this has got FOMO on it then. When do these disappear, does she say?
These are the finest goods in the
Apparently I can't talk to you again.
You have come to the right place.
We have the most exotic wares from across the world. What are you looking for? I might have just the thing for you. We have a limited supply of items we're offering for a premium price. It'll only be available through till the end of August. Oh, well, I mean, 11.0 September, anybody? That's pretty telling. That's pretty telling when the new expansion comes out, isn't it? After that, anything remaining will be put on our auction house. I guess by our auction house, they mean the black market auction house. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty telltale that they plan on releasing the expansion in September. Or at least we'll get the 11.0 pre-patch. That's good to know. My birthday's in September. That will be a fun month then if we have an expansion launch at the same time. You need to be closer to interact. Flipping out. So what else have we got in here? What's this? Whispering Temple Blades. Collect the Whispering Temple Blade and Gleaming Whispering Temple Blade appearances. That is a fuck off shiny sword, isn't it? That's borderline Final Fantasy level ridiculous sword. That's quite cool. No denying, quite cool. Gold-plated Witch Hunter's Carbine. Quite cool. Also disappointing that the same model is also in the flipping trading post this month. Are they testing something with this? They're clearly thinking. They're clearly trying. This sort of thing wouldn't surprise me if they plan on doing something more like with the because this is as close to selling cosmetics for real money as I think Blizzard really wants to get. They'll make you buy the in-game currency, and then they'll make you buy the cosmetics, right? This is kind of the route that they want to go. And they've always kind of dabbled with this, you know, reputation vendors throughout the years. You know, you grind a reputation and then you can buy a thing off them. But the thing you, well, in many cases, the thing you buy off them was basically free because you grinded the rep. They're double dipping a little bit nowadays, more so than anything else, that they make you first grind the rep, and as a reward for grinding the reputation, now you can spend lots of gold on a thing. You know, if they really want to emphasize some token sales, cut out the middleman, take away the rep grind, just put a rotation of rare items that you can purchase them whilst they're a thing, and then they'll go in the black market auction house and you'll have to bid on them and cross your fingers for them if you want them at a later date. That's about as close to truly credit card selling stuff, right? Because what does this amount to? Somebody said 2 million. Without doing, I mean, napkin maths, it looks about 2 million. 2 million in token value nowadays. What's token sat at? 300k? Is 300k a fair estimate of token right now? Wowhead, tell me. 330. 310 lowest. So let's just meet in the middle, 315. Or for the sake of maths, let's call it 333. That means it's 3 tokens per million. So this is 6 tokens worth of stuff. 6 tokens at $20 a piece. This is 120 real cash monies. 120 euros, 120 pounds, whatever, dollars. It all roughly works the same. That's a lot of cash monies, and there'll be some people that the FOMO will just be too much for them. They can do better than a reskin beetle. Oh, I agree. I agree. This would have more value if they hadn't put a reskin in the trading post this very same month, this month. This would have more value if it wasn't so easily. See, this is the thing though, right? It's in the trading post this month. Now, unless you freeze it, you got to get 800 tender this month to get the cheap version of it. Or you then have the next 8 months to put together 1.2 million gold to buy the actual gold one. It's kind of Spectral Tiger, Swift Spectral Tiger. That there's 2 that are almost the same. For reference, I never actually got the Swift Spectral Tiger. I got the non-armored one. I thought the non-armored one looked better. The question is do I want any of this? This is me literally burning money for the sake of burning money, though, because I don't care about transmog. But maybe in the future I will. I can't see a time when I actually will. I mean, that's terrible. That's not worth 90k any time. If you're going to charge me 100k for like a big, massive, whacking, great big... I mean, they're alright appearances. But is this really worth 8 real euros in cash monies? I don't know. This certainly isn't worth 1.2 million in my mind. But if it gets some gold out the game, you got to remember that this will act as a gold sink. So from an economy standpoint, this is actually quite good. We have long suspected that the amount of actual cash money in the system, the amount of gold is increasing at quite a rate. Shadowlands, I have the suspicion, took a lot of gold out of the game, but worryingly, I think a lot of it came back into the game in Dragonflight. Namely, by the fact that they made flipping dragon riding and world quests one of the optimal ways of making gold, which is just bonkers, right? the amount of new gold that's been created by thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of players doing dragon races is going to have been pretty vast. Plus, dare I say it, those stupid 2x4 bot farms. I'm not talking about people doing Dragonflight ones. I'm talking about the one that was showcased in the early part of the expansion. Where was it? Down in somewhere. God, I can't even remember the down here somewhere. The Chromie time bug exploit raw gold farm down here was printing ungodly amounts of gold for who knows how long. And as a gold sink, as a way to get some of the gold out of the game, because everybody that comes along and gives this vendor 1.2 million gold, that's just 1.2 million gold gone, right? See you later. It takes, just think about how long it takes players or an individual player to generate 1.2 million raw gold under normal standards. If you're looking at doing dragon races as your primary way of acquiring gold, that very quickly becomes an ungodly task at hand, right? 1.2 million. Divide it by, what is it, 500 gold-ish average per dragon race. 2,400 dragon races. There's only ever like 20 on your map or something like that. Not even that many. You can maybe do 20 dragon races a week. I know people that have never passed 200 to 300k gold. Oh yeah, for sure. I think the token value is one of the best indicators to like the average wealth of players. I've long thought that most players have, and the vast majority of players as well, not just like a small, handful of people. I think the majority of players have less than 1 token's worth of gold. Because that's what makes the token attractive to people to take their credit card out, right? That they have to consistently have less than, what did we say it was, 330k? Players need, for the token to be attractive enough for somebody to take their credit card out and buy a token, they need to have, for a consistent amount of time, had less than what the token offers, right? They need to see a good amount of value in, if I spend $20, I'll end up with more gold than I've ever had, right? I've played the game consistently and I've got 150,000 gold. I could spend $20 and have more gold than I've ever had. And then once all of a sudden, when you've got more gold than you've ever had before, you go out, spend a bunch of it, and you're back being poor again, and the cycle continues. That's kind of like why the token works, I think. That it's very, very similar to how a lot of poor people stay poor in the real world, right? Often it tends to be, if you see a poor, I know this becomes this is a difficult topic of conversation, but people who are generally considered poor, even when they win the lottery, that isn't life-changing for them because they get a huge influx of money. They go and spend it all very quickly, and 3 to 5 years later, they're back in exactly the situation they were before. Often you find people who are not good with money will stay being, more money isn't going to make them better with money, if that makes sense. And the exact same applies to in-game currencies, because it's by design, it does exactly the same thing. It hits it triggers the same brain chemicals. This is why some people just never have any gold, because as soon as they get some of it, they spend it on something. And then they go back to not having any gold again. Look at how many people for years and years and years and years and years in this game have looked to start making a serious amount of gold, and then soon as they get enough for a token, they cash it out for a month of game time, and they're right back to the beginning again. It's one of the biggest traps for people looking to start, making some serious gold in the game using the professions. If you really want to get to the point where you can play this game for free, you got to kind of ignore this and pretend this doesn't exist for quite a while. I think the way I sort of try and think about it is until you've got sort of at least 3 times, if not 5 times the value of the token, you probably shouldn't be spending it on cashing out for Blizzard Balance or game time. You kind of need that gold to reinvest into something to help you keep growing that gold faster and faster. In Wrath, I had an add-on which added the most gold ever owned statistics to my mouse over tooltip. People were extremely poor. Like 3 to 5k was the most gold ever owned when I was at 2 million. I was shocked how few gold people had. Yeah, this is it. I think it trends lower than what we even expect it to be. I really think it does. I really do think it does. I would, there are people out there that can't, borderline can't afford their potions and stuff to go do their Mythic Plus each week. I mean, how many times do people, I can't repair my gear. I've spent it all on transmog. It's ridiculous. That would be a really cool little add-on though, because isn't it just a statistic? Isn't it in the statistics tab on wealth or something? Total gold acquired, average gold earned per day. Gold earned from auctions. Most gold ever owned. Yeah, so it's just within the statistics. I wonder if that's an add-on that could still be possible, That would be a really cool little add-on. I mean, that would be really, really cool, because surely this is an API call that can be made. And I could run round Valdrakken, and we could just, bank balance people. we could gold shame. Stand in a queue, do some gold shaming. Play a little game of Hunt the Poor. It could be possible. Do it, man. Do it. Put Craft Sim down for 5 minutes and do it. Made it super easy to bribe people at the Vault of Archivon for an epic item. Hey, do you want 2k for it? That's true. That's true. I've seen something that's real filthy going on. I don't know how long this has been a thing for, though. People are deliberately needing on stuff in LFR, and then if they win it, they are opening a trade window with the other people that rolled need on it and putting like 5k to trade it. Like, this level of extortion on LFR gear is both gross but also very amusing to me, that people actively are using LFR as a way of making gold by just needing on everything, and if they win, then trading it to the people that actually need it. Because I bet there are some people that trade window opens, they want the piece of gear, and they pay. I bet that's a thing. Could put it in Craft Sim just for giggles. Put it as a if you add it to Craft Sim, put it in as like a by default off option, and hide it in a settings menu or something. Because it's an add-on that is, while it's funny, there are lots of people that probably won't be best impressed by it. Because yeah, it will somewhat promote poor shaming. There's nothing stopping you, though. I think you can just go and you can just right-click on anybody and inspect people anyway, right? It could also be a weak aura. That's actually true. That could be a banging little weak aura, you know? Because I'm quite sure you can do that anyway. Because I remember doing this on or with our competition. Back in the days of legendaries, it was always funny to find one of your competition and to compare achievements, statistics, wealth. Yeah, so you can do it anyway. So this dude over here has only ever looted 600 gold. So this dude, this level 70 Dark Iron Dwarf is clearly an auction house account. He's only ever looted 600 gold. Gold from quest rewards, 18,500. So he probably leveled up by questing. He's not a boost. He's made 851 gold from auctions. He's only ever posted 500 things, but he's bought 700 things. He's bid 1.8 million gold on an auction at some point. His most expensive auction that he's ever sold was 800 gold. He's made a bit of gold from vendors, spent very little on travel, so he's clearly quite a new-ish character. And his most gold ever owned was 7.6 million gold. So clearly he is acting as a bank character in somewhat shape or form. So all of this information is easily acquirable. There's no reason that this couldn't be put in a weak aura or couldn't be put in a tooltip or something. I like needing on everything in LFR and normals and then just giving it to the lowest roll. Got some fun reactions from doing that. That's quite clever, actually. That's quite cool. That's the Robin Hood approach, isn't it? That's quite cool. I think since it's a lot of possible info, a standalone add-on with the option to toggle certain tooltip infos makes the most sense. I'd do it, man. Do it. I think it's quite it's interesting stuff to like look at, you know. Sounds like some sort of stalker going over somebody's finances. It does, but you imagine like from a work order standard, right? Imagine somebody comes up to you, asks you to make something, and then offers like 500 gold as a tip. You just you just audit their wealth. Audit their wealth, and you can go, dude, you spent 1.2 million on a piece on an item on the auction house. You're telling me you haven't got five, you know? Oh, it could be the easiest goblin comeback. 5,000 gold just to press a button. Mate, you sold an auction for 7 million gold. What? How do you know that? Tooltips, mate. Give it a go. Wealth audit. It'd be quite cool, you know. It's all, like I said, it's all readily available information by the looks of things. You just want to you want to throw it in like tooltip or something. If you can just put like some sneak you in the bottom corner where I've got my tooltips, when I hover over tooltips, you just want like a wealth rating, like out of 5 stars wealth rating. How much money has this, how wealthy is this player? Looking for more LFR GDKP runs. Wealth rating of 5-star only. Oh god, we could break the economy with this. It'd be funny though. What a way to start 2024. Input some forget LFR, forget item level. Move over gear score. We've got wealth score. Goblins leveling up. Only accepting non-pause. I don't have the Lego seller account active. Would be fun to see the gold earned field in negative values because I've exceeded the limit. Yeah, where's I tell you what, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Where's the character that... Oh my god, subscription expired. Where's my bank character that did most of my Shadowlands Legendary stuff? Let's load that up and have a little look. Now, obviously, I sold on multiple realms, on multiple different characters, so this isn't going to be representative of everything I ever did ever, but if we go to Sylvanas, which was the realm I spent most of the expansion selling on predominantly, yeah, sure, whatever. Coffee Club, I think, was the... Oh, of course, right. Coffee Club was the character I spent most of my time selling stuff on. I think. I wonder what the wealth stats on this character show. Hang on, I've got 2 sets of music playing now. What's the shortcut to turn music on and off? Control M? Music enabled, music disabled. Okay. What number's this? Is that 394 million? Yeah. Yeah, 300... So this character, for reference, was created just before Shadowlands was launched. So this was a new bank character for Shadowlands, and was also the character that spent most... If my slash played on this dude is 95 days, and this was just a bank character. So 95 days out of the 600 or so days that Shadowlands existed, this character was online for. What's that work out as based upon? Hang on. How long was Shadowlands? It was about 2. Should we just say 2 years? 365 times 2. 730 days. And this character was online for 95 days of them. 96 days of them. So, yeah. 13% of all hours that existed, this character was online. That's actually quite low, you know. There was a period that shows just how much of Shadowlands I pieced out for, because in the early parts of Shadowlands, this character had a slash play time of almost 50% of all hours that existed. This character was online for about 12 hours a day for the first few months of Shadowlands. At 12 hours a day minimum. But anyway, either way, 394 million is the total gold acquired on this one specific character. Average gold earned per day, 343,000 gold. Now that is an average. That's clearly. This is. I don't know what the earned per day, if that's based on playtime or if that's based on. I don't know what that's based on. It feels like that's based on playtime. 394 million from auctions. 455,812 auctions were posted during Shadowlands, of which was predominantly legendaries. Not entirely, because this was my main bank character, but I pretty predominantly sold basically nothing more than legendaries. Nearly 40,000 auctions purchased. Most expensive bid on an auction, 4.4 4 million gold? What the hell did I ever bid 4.4 million gold on? What the hell was that? What did I ever spend 4.4 million gold on? In one go? I wonder if my TSM data goes back far enough to figure that out. What the hell did I ever spend 4.4 million gold on? Expenses? Other. All time. Maximum amount. Ignore money transfers, because I was always sent... Nah, I never bought anything of that value. The hell? Repair bills. No, hang on. What's going on here? Why are all the postages? Wait. Oh, hang on. No, purchase. I'm in the wrong tab. All time. Yeah, I never spent 4.4 million gold on anything. Madame Goya is the black market auction house, right? 500,000, 513, 577. These are probably black market containers. Draconic Vial Cauldron I paid 750,000 gold for. Ignore these pretty rocks and scrolls of stamina and tasty cupcakes. This was some cross-realm gold transfer shenanigans. Probably the bid failed. Yeah, I don't know what it would have been. I can't think what it would have been. It clearly didn't work, whatever it was. Maybe I bid something ridiculous on the black market auction house for something. I can't remember what it was. But it clearly wasn't something I actually bought. Most expensive auction sold? 475,000 gold. So I never sold anything. That was clearly... I sold... What would I have sold for nearly 500,000 gold in one time? Let's see if I can remember what that was. I don't actually think that was a Lego. I sold a rank 4 Shadowgast ring for 400,000. I know that for a fact. But I don't know what I sold for 474,000. That feels like a... That feels like a mount or something. What would it have been? Maybe a golden mane reins or something like that. Lego rings next were around 400k at most when I remember. They could have been more. I remember I sold. Let's see if we can find this. We're on Nostalgia Lane today. I told you this stream is going to be all over the shop. We're going to be doing all sorts of wacky stuff today. I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. Well, wow. It's a sale, so it would be revenue. Sales, let's just go maximum price. 470. This one. Grim Veiled Mittens. Oh, Lord. It was a transmog item. It was tailoring gloves. A pair of tailoring gloves. I sold for almost 500,000 gold. Grim, 914 days ago. Damn. Damn. A Bone Shatter Waistguard, a Shadowgast Waistguard. It doesn't actually have my Shadowgast ring at 400k in here. This goes to show TSM doesn't actually remember everything. I guess it was somebody buying a rank 4 on week 1. Probably was. Probably was. Somebody really wanted that cabbage. This was me. These ones, everything above these Grimvale mittens was me transferring gold to different realms. Over a year ago now, but even still. I nuked all those stats. WoW ran like dog shit. The end of Shadowlands were TSM enabled. Yeah, I probably should purge. I mean, I've got data that's over 3 years old at this point. Meaning I probably should purge it because I don't really need it. But at the same time, it's kind of funny. It's kind of cool to see. See the sales here. What did this say? My achievement panel has 394 million of sales. Whereas TSM seems to think there's 463 million of sales. So there's a disparity there of like nearly 70 million worth of sales. So I'm more inclined to say that TSM is probably wrong.
Sweet profit together.
But who knows? Lady Daisy, thank you very much for the 8 months. Appreciate that. 8 months already, indeed. It has indeed. Now, WoW statistics is dog. It will be wrong. I mean, I don't know. You know, let meet in the middle somewhere, and we're about 425 million in sales. Somebody somewhere's wrong. Dark Moon Deck Watcher, 246,000 gold, 400 days ago. Watcher, that's Dragonflight. That's Dragonflight numbers. 10k a piece now. Some Shadow Flame weapon enchants. This was day 1 of Shadow Flame enchants. Probably because I was the first person in the EU to be in the whole EU to be selling them. These were probably the first 3 ever. These were probably the first 3 sales of a Shadow Flame Wreath enchant ever. So if you were Zerono, Stabby Jesus, or Atrion, ironically 2 players on Blackmoor Realm, you probably paid a pretty penny for your enchant, and you were probably one of the first people in the EU to have them. Wow, I didn't realise that I'd sold Legos at this sort of price. Okay. Okay, that was a fun trip down memory lane. Either way, pulling these stats from an add-on would be very... Even if it's just for your bank character, we'll take a stroll down Booty Bay and we'll just wealth audit people in Booty Bay. It'll be interesting to see just how much gold some of those players have acquired, I bet. The potential bots. Would be funny. Oh, hang on. Was that a... Oh my god, far too many windows. Oh, I've got a level 70 boost on this account. Of course I have, because when I pre-purchased the War Within, and I accidentally bought it for the wrong account. So I've actually got a level 70 boost on my second account that I haven't used yet. We should probably use that for something. In fact, I have some plans. I might have some plans for this. I might have some use for that. Slightly getting more on track to what I really actually kind of half wanted to do today, even though we are bouncing around like pinball machine. What I want to start doing is what I actually planned to do in December. My plans for December were simple. Redo my Dragonflight profession leveling guides, considering that we are now at a point where I don't see much of anything changing between here and the end of the expansion. Yet, with there still being 7-8 months of the expansion left, there's no reason to believe that a more up-to-date, better guide would be useful for people. Covering predominantly the leveling of 50 to 100 aspect of the professions, since You can level 1 to 50 just by buying mats off the auction house. It's the 50 to 100 path that is more guide worthy, I think, nowadays. But to do that, what I want and what I need is a character that can quickly go places and do things and have access to tools. I'm thinking, who was this dude? Penny Silvers was the hunter we boosted, wasn't it? This means this character should have renown 20 with like everybody. I'm thinking that if I want to do any practicing of leveling the professions, just to see if anything has changed or if anything has... I'm thinking this might be a good character to do it on, because because what I'd want to build into these guides as well, I'd want to do the actual 1 to 100 leveling is quite a quick thing. It's like the first part of it, but then I'd want to do a couple of minutes in each of the videos. Like, if you are blacksmith, you want to go here and you want to get your reputation to this point to get this book of knowledge, right? I want to try and also build in how much knowledge can you get relatively quickly on a new character, that sort of stuff as well, so that people can, you know, a one-stop guide for people to like pick up a profession, know what they need to do, and how to get their, I don't know, first 200 profession points or something. This character might not be bad to do that with because, yes, firstly, good reputation with everybody. Meaning there'll be some scenarios where I might need to get a couple of levels on these, because I think there's some that give you things at like 24 or something, isn't there? I really can't remember. I'm quite sure there's like, oh, it doesn't show the profession stuff in here, and oh, crafter's knowledge, yeah, so like here for example, 50 to 100 make trial characters, get sparks, send over 5 orders. Yeah, that's a handy little trick. That's something that can both be good for getting those first time crafts out the way, and it can also then, because you're likely to be gaining, what would it be? I think 3. They changed this at one point, didn't they? They changed it so that you used to get +3 levels from a single craft. Then they changed it down to 1. And then I don't know, they did some funny business with how many levels you get per craft at some point. So that's kind of what I need to look into and want to sort of like double check. Where is this is a good opportunity to, where is my actual leveling guide in the first place? Let's go, where's my cheat sheet? Cheat sheet pro, let's make sure I get the latest version of it. Oh, don't throw that up on stream. No, where's my version of it? Where's my version? Oh, that'll do for a minute though. I need my version. A detailed profession guide would sure be helpful since it seems so daunting. I spent most of the expansion just selling reagents. Then somebody on Reddit told me about armors, for example. You just need the general points, not all the items max to be able to inspire rank 5. Yeah, I still think that I still think there are like huge amounts of people that still to this day don't really understand how the knowledge system works, and that's not any fault of their own. That's purely just because there's more to it than people are used to. So in here I have, this was my leveling something or other. So I made this before Dragonflight launched with the video guides for each profession leveling, but this was only ever, if we full screen this, taking any single profession, for example, this would only ever get you so far, right? You can see most of the time it stopped in at or around the 50s, 50 to 60. Inscription you could take a bit further. Jewel crafting you could take technically all the way to 80. But then you really did hit a brick wall. These last 20 points were borderline impossible. Basically what I feel like I want to do now is do a 2.0 version of these leveling guides to redo the video guides for them. As you can see, these were last updated before Dragonflight even launched. So I think it's about time for a new version of these. It's interesting, actually, the estimated costs. This is the power of my little spreadsheet, actually. Look how cheap it is to like level the initial professions now. Less than 1,200 gold to level blacksmithing. That's mental. Obviously, that's leveling it to 50 or something. From 50 something plus, it can get more expensive. This is where that extra information I think could be helpful. What's the most expensive profession to level up currently? Is it leatherworking still? Yeah, leatherworking. Look. Why is it so expensive? Lustrous scaled hides. Maybe I need to update the prices on these. Actually, I worry that this isn't going to work because I've had to change some stuff. Yeah, I think I need to update my personal version of the sheet. We can do that. Hang on, let me take that off screen for a second. I need to make a 2.0 personal version. That one. File, make a copy. I leveled all of them, but I think I found blacksmithing to be the hardest, relying on crafting spark stuff. There's a trick with... I remember blacksmithing has a trick that you... if you are going to spec into... If you plan on speccing into crafting armor, you can quickly get enough knowledge points to level 1 to the point where you get the master's hammer, I think it is. And then you can mass craft that hammer, gaining skill points all the way to 100. But obviously the caveat there is that it requires you to actually go out and get probably 50 to 80 knowledge points, I think, before you can do that. So it's not like a one-day level from 0 to hero thing. But I think that... Was it called the Master's Hammer? Somebody will know what I'm talking about. The item you craft that allows you to repair your own gear at no cost, even though it costs you to craft the thing. So, kind of a bit odd in that regard, but... So actually now, if we do a setup on this... Let's update this with values. It's going to ask me for my Trade Skill Master API now, isn't it? It's also going to ask me to authorize it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, use that one. Yeah, it's fine. It's just because paying for Google authorization is unnecessary. That's fine. Only changes stuff in the sheet anyway. Now you're going to ask me for my TSM key. Let's grab my TSM key. tradeschoolmaster.com/user. Copy in my API key. As I think it stars it, but in case... Oh, it doesn't star it. Okay, that's risky. It's a good thing I didn't do that on stream. Import TSM API key. Let it run the script. Select our region. Europe. Get realms. Not that for materials it really matters, but grab... I'll just pick Draenor because that's where I'm playing right now. Let's get the realm data. And get the region data. Might as well try and do it all at once. Damn, there's a lot of statistics you can grab. Boss kills, highest score on proving grounds as a tank, how many Shadowflame crest fragments earned, and more. Is there really? That's interesting. I'm surprised somebody hasn't used that to their advantage in the past to, like, you know... Because gear score was a thing, right? I'm surprised somebody's not gone off the deep end with, like, tracking, like, you know, you need to have acquired X, Y, and Z, and then collating it all into some sort of overall rating system, like a raid viability rating, or I don't know, a Mythic Plus group dungeon something or other. Obviously, we talk about it from the perspective of Goldmaking, tracking the wealth that people have had on their characters. But it could it could still be. I'm surprised people haven't tapped into that. The number of hugs a player is given and how often they wrote lol in chat. Oh wow, hug score. Do it. Spread the love. Who's got the best hug score on your realm? Who's a bit more touchy than they need to be? That could be quite funny. Okay, the first time these scripts run, it takes a little time, but it's pulling in all of the data. Now we should be able to go to the. Let's let it finish doing both of them. Script finished updating values. There we go. So now we can see values for global material lists. Let's have a little look then at what the leveling looks like. Hang on, is that which one? What have I got open here? Oh yeah, let's close that one. So now we can see... oh, okay. I clearly need to update some of the formatting on these boxes. But the 1,500 gold to level enchanting, 6,000 gold to level alchemy, 1,300 gold to level blacksmithing, 1,800 for engineering, 3.7k for inscription, leatherworking's back down to normal values. Wow, 250 gold? It's only going to cost 250 gold to level jewel crafting. And if you want to power level from 30 to 80, it's only going to cost you an extra 300 gold. 500 gold to level jewel crafting all the way to 80 nowadays. Oh, God. How cheap are these? They were never ludicrously expensive in the first place. But dear Lord, leveling professions is cheap now. 250 gold to level tailoring. All the way up to level 55. Sheesh. Profession skills, like highest blacksmithing skill and more. It doesn't say anything about expansion. How many crafting orders have been filled? Yeah, it's definitely there's clearly some good stuff to tap into there if you know what you're doing, which you clearly do. You made craft sim. So, yeah, realistically then, my goal for January, for the most part, obviously, come the 6th, if I can get most of this done by the 16th, it'll be beneficial. If I can get most of this done by the 16th, I'll be happy. So, like a part 2 to the leveling guide. So, once you've, you know, exhausted the options of quick and easy leveling and you're in the, like, 50 to 100 mode. Why is that a different color all of a sudden? Let's put you back to being what you should be. Okay. If I can get most of this done by the 16th, which means I've got a week to do it, which means I probably need to do 2 Okay, I'm not going to get it done that quickly. Clearly not, but we might get a couple of the professions done and out of the way. I never did a leveling guide for cooking. Apparently not. Damn, missed a trick there. That would have been a banger of a video. Done with Season of Discovery? Oh no, not at all. Not at all. This is literally my first day back in WoW since Christmas, so I'm just playing catch up. Honestly, Season of Discovery stole my entire December. There was lots of things I had planned to do in December, and I did none of them because of Season of Discovery. So now the initial hype has died down, and I don't feel like I have to be playing it every single day, and I'm not hooked on it. I can actually get some work done. That's kind of my plan. But Season of Discovery is, you know, a slow burn thing now for me. I want to finish leveling my Paladin in Season of Discovery. I want to get him up to 25 as well. That means I'll have a healer, a DPS, and a tank. I can, you know, fill all roles then, if needs be. That's really kind of the thing I want to get done in Season of Discovery. I wonder if these leveling paths have actually changed though. I can't imagine they have, because I can't imagine Blizzard's really changed anything. But I wonder now based on the value or the changing value of materials, whether this is still actually considered the most optimal path. When I made these leveling guides in the first place, I made them with efficiency in mind. I wanted to use as few materials as possible to, in essence, keep the cost of leveling them down as much as possible. Because at the beginning of an expansion, leveling your professions is often very costly. Now, though, as we can see, the cost is neither here nor there. You know, you do a handful of you know, you run around, you do a few dragon races, and you can cover the cost of leveling your profession. That's not really a thing now. Now it's more about just how can we do it quickly and easily. Which means that cooking, for example, is probably far more simplistic than it once was. Alright, pick a profession, boys and girls. I don't care which one. I'll let you choose. Which one should we start with? It makes no odds to me, because we're going to do them all at some point anyway. But we'll test leveling up again. We'll see what we need to do to get it truly to shut up with your archaeology. I want archaeology to come back though. I really would like archaeology to come back. I think they missed a trick not doing anything with archaeology in this expansion. Alchemy, because it's got the highest cost. It's also very popular. Alchemy is also very popular. How far could we get with alchemy previously? We were kind of hard cap. Oh, no, because alchemy's dumb because it's based upon the flipping discovery system. I don't want to do alchemy as my first one because it's dumb. From 50 onwards, you are just in a world of hurt because you are literally, you just make whatever the hell it is that you discover. And if you're lucky, you're lucky. And if you're not, get wrecked. I don't think there's a cheat mode for alchemy. Unless some of the new recipes have a higher skill to them, which could be a thing. If there's any auction houseable not anything that is, I wonder what that ferrid essence, that's a candidate for something that could be, that's definitely a candidate for something that could be a cheap one to buy. Dragon Isles Alchemy 50. The Essence. That's just a boo-boo listing. That was a boo-boo listing. What's that meant to sell for? It's got a market value of 5k, region market value of 10k. Okay, that was a boo-boo listing. Yoink, you win some, you lose some. Love getting me recipes for 75 gold. Yeah, some of these might end up being good candidates to pick up to level 50 plus if they end up being cheap to actually also make as well. Yeah, maybe we do alchemy. Why not? Why not? Why not test alchemy first? Where's the alchemy trainer then? Has this dude got any cash? Any cash monies? 13k. 13k isn't going to get this dude anywhere, is it? Let's get it some cash monies. Actually, you know what I should do? I should probably check my YouTube videos, see which one has the most views on it, and then redo that one first. Haha! That's probably the smart move. How many views has my alchemy video got? Hang on, let's... your channel. Playlists. Dragonflight Professions. No, don't play them all. I want to see them all. Oh, can I... Oh, flipping Nora. Okay. Do it on my dashboard. YouTube Studio. Analytics. No, content. Here we go. The most viewed one. Ha! Actually. Oh no, the leatherworking leveling guide is the one with the most views. Can I show you guys this? I'm sure I can show you guys this. There's nothing here that I think is going to, that shouldn't be seen. So my theory here, right, is that the logical thing to do is work from the one that seems to be most popular. And my theory for what is most popular is that of whichever one has had the most views on it. So we can see leatherworking. My leatherworking leveling guide has been the most popular, followed by alchemy, actually. So they're clearly the two professions that people seem to be more interested in. How the hell do you level this goddamn thing up with? So actually, maybe starting with alchemy is not a bad shout. Clearly nobody cares about leveling inscription. This is really funny, you know. Either the video just tanked, which is entirely possible. But I went into Dragonflight, you know, and I thought inscription was going to do really well because inscription had what we thought Dark Moon trinkets, which obviously turned out to be more of a fishing thing than anything else. But either way, Dark Moon trinkets I thought were going to pop off. I thought the fact that they were going to be making the things for all of the evokers, but of course evokers were significantly less popular than what we kind of guessed they might be. You always assume that a new class, a new spec is going to, you know, absolutely smash the charts and every man and their dog wants one. Didn't turn out that way. I can't, you know, we went in assuming that inscription was going to be pretty poggers for as a profession. Unfortunately, it tanked very, very heavily. It seems to be less popular even than engineering, which is madness. Actual mad. I'm you know, my only point of reference here is how many views my videos had, which is not really true. But maybe inscription's so easy to level, nobody cared about a leveling guide. But you know, it's a point. It's a data point. You know, whether it's factual or not is either way. Dragonflight Inscription makes me pretty much nothing. Old World Inscription does, though. That's also true. That's true. I think the old stuff is probably still going to be... Well, this is actually true for a lot of it right now, to be honest. That a huge amount of the past expansion stuff is probably overall more profitable than the current stuff. But, hey, what are you going to do? Right, we need to send Penny Silvers some cash monies. Let's just send you 100k. Well, hang on, no. 100k. Shouldn't need any more than that to buy some materials to do some leveling. Arguably, I should be doing this on the PTR, but I don't care. So, if my initial approach to this is what was my... Let's see where the floor... Let's see where the flaws in my leveling guide sit to begin with. Books are nice, but don't really make any money. The books for Inscription are clear. Do you still gain level up points for making the books? I'm just thinking that might be something to promote with Inscription to get the last 40 or so knowledge points. Fill orders for books. I imagine that's probably the case, isn't it? What I will do, without feeling too plagiaristic, is I will take a little bit of a look at what Wowhead says. That's an alchemy leveling guide. If that's even a thing. Is there a profession leveling guide for alchemy? Just to see what they claim is an optimal route. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to believe it. I will want to see it with my own eyes. But it's a good starting point. I know what knowledge points are. Optimal alchemy leveling path 1 to 50. Out of curiosity, I wonder if this is... Oh, what? Okay. I wonder if this ends up being exactly the same direction I took. Due to the nature of the basic potion experimentation, it's impossible to guarantee which recipes will be learnt in which order. Because of that, the shopping list will only include materials confirmed to be required in each step. You will need additional reagents for the variable experimentation. True. Healing potions, mana potions, do some reclaims, make some Omnium Draconises. Draconize. Plural of Omnium Draconis? Draconisis. A flock of Omniums. Some basic experimentations. Some air potion crafts. Based upon whatever it is you get. Some vial crafts based on whatever it is you get. What did I claim it to be? Refreshing healing potions. Bonus crafts for reclaiming. Craft these later. Mana potions. Omnium Draconis. I took that all the way to 25. Then Vial of Tepid Versatility. From 26 to 30. There was no... Oh, okay. Some basic experimentation. Elemental... There was no variancy in my guide. There was no randomness in my guide up to 56. Either that means it's changed, or it means that whoever wrote the Wowhead guide took a significantly different approach to leveling it. But it feels pretty similar, right? Healing potions, mana potions. Reclaim the shit you just made. Then make some Omnium Draconis. They only did that from 13 to 15. Like 2 levels. I took that all the way from from skill 11 all the way until it grayed out by the looks of things, or at least until it turned green at 25, which then would have unlocked your knowledge point tree. Okay. Because you use your Omnium Draconis to do this anyway. Okay, yeah. I know why I did this, because this is like very loosey-goosey. We don't like loosey-goosey. If you're doing a guide, people want to follow a guide. People want to do this, and then they want to do this, and they want to do this, and they want to do this, and they want to be told what it is they do. This loosey-goosey approach is why I probably chose a different route. But it means I have a definitive list of shit you need. Should we just test this? Because if this still works, it still works, right? Should we just go and buy this, see what happens? Leaning heavily on frost. Yeah, okay. Let's just test that again. Auction house. We've got cash monies now. We've got cash monies now. We've got a huge amount of trash in my bags that I don't really think I need. Let's go put all of this in the bin. And put it... In fact, can I just nuke all of this? I probably can, can't I? Let's, where's me vendor? Where's me vendor? Where's me... Oh god, I never set up proper keybinds on this dude, apparently, by the looks of things. Where's me... Find me a vendor. Right, you're not moving. You stay there. Random ass box. See you later. See you later. See you later. Oh, flipping hell, you weren't meant to move. Of course you're going to move. So yak up. Yak up. A barter boulder? I'm not going to need that on this character, am I? See you later. Collected already, account bound. Dark Moon tickets. Soulbound skinning knife. We don't need that one. Soulbound again. Nuke all of this. Soulbound. Not that I really care either way, but... doesn't want that item. Delete. Why don't you want that item? Delete. If you guys see me accidentally delete something I really shouldn't have deleted, please tell me. But I can't imagine I need any of this for any reason ever. This, for reference, for those of you that may or may not remember, was the character I used to get to renown 10 with the Dream Wardens with on day 1, and then it's never been played with since. This was to activate the bonus reputation for my main. Random ass potions. Should, in theory, probably sell these, but just get rid of them for now. What in the world is this? Discover some flight stones? Oh, cool. Alright, well, we'll do that one. That's the spark. Cosmetic, soulbound. Soulbound. Apparently I can't sell that. Can't Can't sell that either. Random ass apples. Okay. This is shit I probably do want to keep somewhat, at least.
May your feet find good trails.
Right, let's just nuke a bunch of these materials real quick.
Much to offer.
Artisan's metal. Ha! Silver piece. You go up there as well. Dense hides got cheap all of a sudden. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Just purging everything purely so that we have clean bags to work with. I'm not here to make gold, I'm here to test things. I can now, per script, get the most gold ever owned for my target. The problem is that one can only do it via the comparison API, which compares everything and thus causes a little bit of a lag spike. So I guess the tooltip will not be really possible, but maybe in a separate window. Oh, okay, so you have to call... You get a huge amount of data in a dump, and then you have to filter through it, I guess, which causes the lag. You can't just request, how much has that player ever owned? Yeah, I guess that might be slightly problematic. Either way, it's an interesting task. Okay, right, so inventory's clean. Right, let's test then what my little alchemy guide says that we actually need. So we need 74 draconic vials. Okay, I can't both show that to you guys and search at the same time. Draconic vials. We need 74 of them. $74 of those. Hockenbloom. That's clearly not how you spell Hockenbloom. Are you sure? Oh, it's B-L-U-M-E. I've been spelling it wrong forever then. Okay, whatever. 370 of those. 40 gold. Mad monies. Saxifrage. We need 18 of these. Buy the cheapest. Bubble poppy. We need 18 bubble poppies. Rythe bark.
Hello there.
Rythe bark. How many of these do we need? 30. Rousing frost. 7. Rousing air. We need 1. 1. Easy peasy. Awaken frost. This is where most of the expenditure comes from, because we need 24 of these. And we need 12 awaken fire. 12. And then 2 primal convergence. Okay, that, in theory, should be everything we need to level alchemy up to, if my guide is still correct, that should get us all the way to 56. Then what we need to do is figure out what goes past 56 and put it in logical terms. If you just write Hawk, it is the only result on the auction house. Oh, well, yeah. I forget you can, like, shorthand half of it. Welcome back, sir. Thou has been missed. Happy New Year. Thank you, and good New Year to you. It took me a little bit longer to return due to the fact that I caught the flu just before the New Year. And, yeah, that killed me for a few days. We're good now, though. We're good now. We're shaking it now. So, before we fly forward, I still think that my little guide probably works very well. The Wowhead guide basically loosey-gooseys it and tells you basically to just craft whatever you find until you get to the top, which isn't really much of a guide in my opinion. But, you know, it works. For those crafters who want to maximize it, the 50 to 100, more drawn out will require significant time investment. Alchemists will need to pursue renown with the Artisans Consortium for the easiest recipes to use. If not, substituting in experimentations will also work. So you can technically do your experimentations all the way to 100. While some recipes will yellow and you'll need to make more, the shopping list assumes every craft will result in a skill up. You may need slightly more than the reagents listed below. Elemental potions of power from 50 to 56. Well, that's what I claimed to do anyway. From 56 onwards, though, the sagacious... I still don't know how you pronounce that. The Saga Incense, you can craft that up to 65. That takes a bunch of Primal Convergence and a bunch of Saxifrage, which isn't going to be too expensive. You're then in the world of Potion Experimentation. Potion or Vial Experimentation. You take that from all the way up to 80 by the looks of things, or they claim. At this point, alchemists have a choice in which they want to use their knowledge points to either make leveling a bit easier or if they wish to use them to further the quality of their crafts. The recommended leveling path is to pick either Potion Mastery or Vial Mastery as your specialization and use 40 points as follows. Potion Mastery, Potion Lore, Potion Experimentation. This will teach you Advanced Potion Experimentation. Oh my god, that feels like the worst advice you could possibly give. Wow, okay. Sure. That's, that does not sound like a sensible use of your first 40 knowledge points, not in any way, shape, or form, even if you were just trying to level. This Advanced Potion Experimentation node is one of the biggest baits in the whole profession. There has to be a better way than that. Without question, there has to be a better way than that. I apologise whoever wrote the guide, but I don't agree with that at all. And then it just says to do the advanced one from 80 all the way up to 100. Yeah, that's... There's got to be something better than that. absolutely has to be better than that. Right, let's learn then alchemy.
We are the arcane.
So now we should be able to, if I follow my little guide, and I assume that my little guide still works as I planned it way back when, we make a single, we make 2, because the quantity tab tells you how many you make, 2 refreshing healing potions. Well, that's already significantly different to what it used to be. Has anybody else noticed we're now all of a sudden up to 12 skill points? Oh, Cockosaurus. I'm doing this on a goblin. That's not very helpful because a goblin gets 5 bonus points in the first place. Okay. Oh, flipping hell. Oh, I wish I'd have paid attention to that. I didn't want to be doing this on a goblin because I didn't want the alchemy bonus because that's going to throw everything off by 5 points. Goblin privilege is a privilege. It's not a basis for a guide. Damn boo hiss. How do I fix this then? How do I fix this? How do I not be a goblin all of a sudden? Maybe we should be doing this on the PTR instead, because then that doesn't apply. The only reason I'm doing it on live is because I have access to all of the materials easily on live. Do a race change. I mean, yeah, in theory. Do it on the other account. I could. Yeah, the other, I don't particularly want to use the 70 boost for that.
Tell me what you find.
What about my... No, my druid's got 2 professions already. Yeah, I think using the other account's not a bad idea. If I use the other account, we can make a level 70. It will have the same reputation bonuses that you would get with a boost. Unless any of these have got spare profession slots. And are not goblins. Jewel crafting, leatherworking, no spare. Enchanting, blacksmithing, no spare. Tailoring. The flipping hell does my mage have? Probably inscription. Tailoring, inscription. No. Yeah, no. Okay, these 4 don't have spares. Herbalism, mining. Muthius has spare, but is not going to have the reputation. Maybe I do use the boost on my other account. Maybe we do use the boost on the other account. Or do I just do it on the PTR? The problem with the PTR is I can't easily test the 50 to 100 route. Because there's too many cheat modes. Should we just do the boost on the... I don't know where I want this boost. Problems. I should probably use the boost over here somewhere. Do I just boost one of these characters, or do I make a new one? It's hard not to use a hunter. Because, you know, hunter do hunter things. somebody that doesn't have... I want to pick a race that doesn't have any profession bonuses. Orcs do not have any profession bonuses by default, do they? But they're also gross looking. Same for undead. There's no profession bonuses on undead, is there? Female undead hunter incoming. Volpera, of course. Well, but Volpera has benefit with somebody, right? Or does it? Does Volpera doesn't actually have any profession bonuses, do they? Plus it means this level 70 can just end up being camped somewhere. God damn. You sell a compelling argument there. You really do. That's a very compelling argument. Alright. Name it, boys and girls. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. You can flip whilst jumping. No need for any other bonuses. I mean, it is a highlight, I suppose. I would turn all of the characters to foxes if they let us. I mean, if you cash monies, you probably can't. Well, I suppose you probably can't in all circumstances, can you? Fox it. Let's think. Considering this is a profession leveling toon predominantly, I can't believe I'm using a boost to do this, but you know, I'll use this level 70 for something significant at some point, no doubt. I might as well, if I've got the boost, I might as well use it. Fox it, uwu. Dear Lord. Level boost waste. You see, it sounds like you guys are about as good at naming characters as I am. Also known as fucking terrible. Boost. This is the worst part about it. Like, people who have an alt army, Rat City, people who have an alt army, I have no idea how you come up with names for your characters, because like this is the hardest part about leveling nowadays. Genuinely, getting from 0 to 70, piece of piss. It takes you a few hours. This part, literally the hardest part. Just pick something on your desk. I actually... This is a good opportunity to show you something I found in the store the other day. Which was interesting. I was out shopping, right? I was out shopping the other day and I stumbled across an Asian market. And they had what they call bomb corn. Let's see. Oh, okay. My camera's going to have a heart attack trying to show you this because Nvidia's going to try and filter it out. This is called bomb corn. Oh, hang on. Let's put you back to being normal for a minute. Right, bomb corn, right? Which was it's chili flavored popcorn, and it's actually really goddamn nice. It's sweet chili, which is more interesting than I expected. I was expecting it to be hot chili, because the Asians don't mess about when it comes to spice. But it was actually quite nice. Yeah, bomb, not bum. Yeah, so you got sponsored? No, definitely not. But it's very tasty. Should we try bomb corn? Talking about picking something off the... Oh my god, it actually worked. Talking about picking something off a desk. No, let me put this back. Venator, it's hunter in Latin. Oh, that's almost clever. It's a touch late now, but that's almost clever. Boosting a character will make them ineligible to receive the Vulpera Heritage Armor. Yeah, sure, whatever. BM, because why the hell not? Next. I'm really making sure I don't balls this up. Fuck it, whatever. Go. Yep, level up. Do it. Bumcorn might also work. Might even get you a free name change. It probably would. It probably would. Right. Okay, my add-ons are going to go bananas when we log in here. Right, let's try again. Let's try again. But yeah, as popcorn goes, it's genuinely quite nice. It's got a subtle chili aftertaste. Never have too many... oh, you can never have too many hunters. That doesn't exist. Too many hunters doesn't exist. Is it worth leveling a crafting profession now at this point of the expansion? Just came back to WoW some weeks ago, only leveled herb mining. I mean, it's yes and no. There's
Wallet? Are you
the only way to the only thing I can guarantee is that if you don't, you won't make any gold. That's literally the only thing that can be guaranteed. If you do level it up and you do put some effort in, there's opportunity for sure, at least. Jack, my man, welcome in. Wanna buy a TV? Thank you. Appreciate the sub. 16 months now. Thank you very much. How's your new year going? This UI is gross. We need to fix this real fast. That's better. We're still missing some key things here. We are missing action bars 2, 3, 4, and 5. We need to remove ourselves from trade chat. Put that in a new window. Put that in a new window. Services in trade go in their own windows. This keeps our general tab not gross. Right. Oh, of course, the boost starts as in Valdrakken, even though we picked a Vulpera. Convenient, I suppose. Oh, now I don't have any gold. Okay, we can fix that as well, can't we? We can fix that. Right, where's Penny Silvers? The irony of all of this is that this one character would have worked for literally every other profession apart from alchemy, because it's got the boost. It's got the +5 alchemy skill, which is going to throw the leveling guide out completely. How we doing, Woo? Welcome back. Hope you had a good Christmas, good New Year. Got ahead of the curve, 4 out of 9 on Mythic. You're back playing retail? Interesting. Good job on that, by the way. Well done, well done. I'm still doing the same thing. No goal making. It's all good. Why do we have like 10 FPS all of a sudden? My computer's clearly not warmed up. It clearly doesn't quite understand that frames are essential to play. On corn. 50,000 gold. Go. God, I hope I spelled that right. Oh, I got no. All my keybinds are completely wrong. Let's or by completely wrong, just non-existent. Mounts. Let's put. What do we want to use? What do we want to use? What do we want to use? Let's use the student mount. Let's use the student mount. And we need our Yakadoodle. Okay. If your PC's getting hot, set it out in the garden. It's actually not as chilly today. It's been ridiculously cold the last few days. The last few days in Finland, it was like minus 20 degrees. Hella chilly. It's not as cold today. It's still negative, but it's still not as cold. It's, yeah, it's been quite... You got to wrap up warm if you plan on leaving the house. Good thing I don't plan on leaving the house. Right, we did send that to the right character. Good. Let's buy those materials back that we needed. And try again. Where's me shopping list then? Right, try again. Draconic vials. Whoops. We need, how many did I say we needed? 74? It's a very precise number, but I'm checking that this works. Hockenbloom. We needed 370. Saxifrage. 18. Bubble Poppy. 18 as well. Wraithbark. I mean, also not to forget that I live in the very southern part of... I'm about 5 miles to the south shore. So I'm... I live in one of the warmer parts of Finland. If you go up north, it was like minus 37 degrees or something stupid the other day. Wraithbark, we need 30. Rousing Frost. We needed 7. And we needed a single Rousing Air. Then we need Awakened. We need Awakened Frost. 24. And Awakened Fire. 12. And 2 Primal Convergence. Oh. Primal Con. 2 of these. Okay. That is our shopping for alchemy, apparently. That degrees. Yep, that's degrees Celsius. Very chilly. Heat pump is a must in that sort of weather. Yeah, my central heating system has been on literally 24 hours a day for the last week. Trying to keep up with keeping the house warm. This is why I'm kind of glad that it's not staying this sort of low temperatures forever. Because it's costing quite a lot to keep the house warm at the moment. Right, let's test alchemy then. Now, if everything has gone to plan, which it may or may not have done, we should have alchemy, Dragon Owl's alchemy 1 out of 100. Good. Okay, that's a solid start. Right, so are we back to where we should be? I think we are back to where we should be. I'm on the first floor in a 3-floor apartment block. Apartment above, apartment below, so free heating. Hey, that works. That'll be nice. That'll be nice. How'd you take the doggos for a walk with -20? Well, luckily, they're Lapland dogs. So they are much like huskies in terms of the fact that they could happily live outside even in this weather. Now, admittedly, they're not, you know, they've grown up indoors. So you couldn't just put them outside now. They probably wouldn't be best happy, but they are more suited to this weather than your average dog. The cam is lagging, isn't it? Why is that? What's going on here? Hang on, my entire computer's lagging. Maybe it's because I've got... What are you doing? Razer Synapse, go away. Spotify, we don't need open right now. It's probably that we've got both of these open at once. Yeah, my whole FPS situation's been pretty dire today. What's going on? Where's the background FPS 20, foreground FPS 60? So that should be fine. Yeah, my cam is having a real hard time of things, isn't it? What's causing this to go crazy? Okay, now that needs... Whoa, 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 whoa. Task managers doesn't need to be the size of a house. Jesus. Okay. We should be good. What's causing that to do silly business then? What's causing that to do silly business? Oh, it seems to be alright again now. Maybe it was just a temporary glitch. Still not great, is it? Okay, I ain't got a clue. Let's just do this. Let's just close down one for now. Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting 18 FPS, 20 FPS all of a sudden. That doesn't make any sense. Now it's up to 60. Who knows? Who knows? Had a Malamute for 16 years, can confirm. While other dogs were shaking in the snow and don't know what they should do, my dog was just rolling and bathing in the snow happily. Yeah, exactly. This is how my dogs feel. Like, my dogs go outside and like, oh, thank God, it's thank God I can actually now be outside, and it's thank God I can be outside because it's chilly. They actually appreciate that more than anything else. What's going on here? Why is Google trying to do... Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Okay, right, let's pump forward. Let's see what we are meant to be doing here. Healing potions 2. Puts us to Dragon Isles, Alchemy 7. Yes, and then 5 bonus crafts for reclaiming. Craft these later was what I claimed to do here. Bonus crafts for reclaiming. Craft these later. So that doesn't really need to be that. Okay, I'll figure that out in a minute. That already doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but it probably made sense when I made the guide. We learn aerated mana potion. We make just 1 of these, and that should give us 3 skill points apparently. It does. That was the single rousing air that we needed, apparently. Let's learn these. So from this point on, we make Omnium Draconicisises. 18 of them is what I claim to make, which is exactly the quantity we have to create all. That should, in theory, take us to 25 if my little guide is still accurate. And still seems to be a semi-optimal way of doing things. "22, 23, 24, 25. Boom. Magic. We actually got a bonus skill from crafting those. We need the 18 for experimentations later on down the line, so that's fine. Vial of Tepid Verse is a trainer recipe. Has the cost of these increased? These seem very expensive to learn as vendor recipes. That seems to be... I never remember vendor recipes costing like 100 gold plus, but whatever. 12 vials of Tepid Versatility, or in other words, all the way to skill 35. See if that gets us to 35. So far, everything seems to be working as intended. 32, 33, 34. Okay, since we got to 35 a bit quicker than expected, I will pause it there. There's no need to use bonus mats unless we have to. Rythe Fire Oil trainer recipe once again. That will take us, in theory, all the way to 45. And it's a guaranteed skill point. At least it's guaranteed so far. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45 incoming. 42, 43, 44. Go on, don't fail me. 45, beautiful. Okay. We need to get to 50 to do the elemental potion of power, but these have gone green. So it's at this point I suggest doing some basic experimentation. 25 artisans metal, 10 dragon alchemy solutions, and 5 omnium dracothists, which we crafted ourselves earlier. So you need to then get the material. Reclaim the healing potions is the note that I left. This is because you should craft 5 bonus healing potions. Refreshing healing potions. We've got the materials to make 5 extra of these. So if we make these and then reclaim them, we're not going to get skill from these, but these potions we then reclaim, or is what's needed to reclaim. Missed the beginning. Why are you starting with alchemy all over again? Basically, I'm trying to redo my profession leveling videos. This is not for my own personal use of alchemy particularly, just that I want to redo my profession leveling. It's a good opportunity to test that my leveling guide still works, at least for the first however much. My goal is now to build on this with like a 2.0 version of the leveling guide that suggests a path all the way to 100. Which last time I did the guides before Dragonflight launched wasn't really too easy to do, because you hit the wall where you need to start going and doing, something different, right? The way the professions were designed initially was so that you get to about 50 and then then you do something different. Now, though, there's enough knowledge points available. We know exactly how to get them, where to go to get them. We know what recipes are available. There's a lot more available, so it should be possible to actually put a full 1 to 100 guide together nowadays, in a touch more detail. That's my main focus. That's my main plan right now. So we should be able to do 5 basic experimentations. What I'm not going to have is the artisan's metal. Although, might I by the time? Because I should have had first time this. Where did this 17 artisan's metal that I've got come from in the first place? That would have been first time craft bonuses, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's probably first time craft bonuses. That's still not going to give me the ability to press the button 5 times though. Unless I'd need 25 artisan's metal. So maybe I need to put a note in there to say how you get that early artisan's metal as well. Either way, reclaim the healing potions. Because you're not going to get too much for selling these anyway. That will get you your alchemical solution. So you need 10 Dragon's Alchemical Solution, which we have to do 5 basics, but we are missing a touch of Artisan's Metal. So yeah, this is where probably you need to go and get some more Artisan's Metal from somewhere. You can... Is there anything here that we're going to craft that we didn't craft that's going to give us a first time craft? No. Not that is suggested to do anyway. Yeah, I mean, if this is obviously by this point, I can sort of make the assumption that this isn't players' first. Oh, you get first time craft bonus by doing the potion experimentation anyway. Maybe you just do 1 potion. And how much Artisan's Metal are you going to get from this? We need to do it 5 times. So experiment once. Doing the experiments might give you the Artisan's Metal that you then actually need. Okay. It didn't quite give us everything that we need, but 1, 2... We learnt a new potion. I don't want to rely on these potions for the sake of leveling, though. Okay, so now we're short. I'm going to make... I don't like making assumptions in the guides because there might be brand new players to this, but you could, in theory, just turn around and go get your... do the quests. Do the basic intro quests with Miguel.
Go with honor, friend.
Yep, sure, great. Yeah, great, excellent, yeah.
Light bless you. Be careful. For the Alliance.
Alchemy Master at the Ruby Life Pools. That's actually probably the best way to suggest people do it, isn't it?
Be careful.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably the best way to suggest doing it.
For the Alliance.
Since you're...
How are you? See you around. See you later.
Because that's what is 5 knowledge points, which is a guaranteed 25, I think. So Ruby Life Pools is where the dude is. Is that the Alchemy Master? Is that where the Alchemy one is? I can't remember exactly where he is. Let's go and have a look. Trust me, I've got 50 alchemists. Okay. He's on a ledge near the dungeon entrance, I think. Let's go and have a look. Let's get this silly bird out of the way. Magic bound chest. Is he the one around here somewhere? Here we go. Grigori Violtry. So you come speak to this fella.
Hello.
Teach me about alchemy. Boom. 25 artisan's metal and 5 knowledge points. So that's the quickest way to get your artisan's metal. Or some very, very quick and easy artisan's metal. That 25 will be enough for the 5 crest, for the flipping hell, words, English, for the, you know what I mean. Right, let's fly back. That can go in the notes, actually. That can go in the notes. Let me think. I actually need the master copy open of this as well. Let's put the notes in the master copy, because if I put them in my own personal one, I'll forget. Where's the master copy gone? Let me grab it from the Discord link. That's the safest way of making sure I got the right one. Leveling. Alchemy. Reclaim healing potions. Insert note. Speak to the master alchemist. Speak to the master alchemist for 25. What's it called? Artisan's metal. What's the coordinates of this dude, actually? He's on the ledge. Obviously, if you're following the video guide, it will be easy to tell. But 6176. 6176 Waking Shores. What's the dude's name? Grigori. Grigori Violtry. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. Right, it's back to Valdrakken. So far, it's all going swimmingly. It's all going fantastically so far. I'm glad that not anything really has changed with the initial process. Now we need to come up with a smart, fancy way of getting from 56 to 100. I don't think just hoping for the right crafts is a sensible approach, but we'll see. There's got to be a better way nowadays. Has to be a better way. Or a more deterministic way, at least. Where is our artisan's metal? There we go, 28. So we should now be able to finish off our... Oh, I didn't put alchemy on my bars.
Bring back knowledge.
Bring back knowledge.
Holth Aldan Shi.
Potion experiments, we should be able to do 2 more of these, which should get us to 50, guaranteed, which is kind of the point of this. I'm trying to make sure that whatever I suggest people do, it works, at least 90% of the time. Boom, 50. Experimental potion of power, go. I got to 100 with the Dark Moon Fairs and just experimentation. Well, yeah, obviously that's the, that's the lazy man approach to get to 100. And it might ultimately end up being not only the lazy man approach, but actually the best approach. But I can't help but think there must be something better than that nowadays. There clearly could or should be other options, I reckon. Like, something along the lines of going and doing the Emerald Bounty and getting the Dreamwalker's Healing Potion from a plump Dream Seed. How many alchemists out there have had much... How straightforward was it to get this recipe from doing a plump Dream Seed? I can't imagine it takes very long to do at all, right? And you can pick this up and it's going to give you 3 skill points. Surely by this point, this has got to be one of the optimal ways to level now. Easy, did 2 super blooms to get it. Yeah, I don't think getting this is particularly difficult at all. Which is why I'm kind of thinking it might be a smart one to suggest people do. Because your experimentation, obviously... Even if you have enough artisan's metal, even if you break down enough potions with your dragon's alchemical solution, is not very deterministic, right? It's press the button until you go boom, and then come back and press the button until you go boom again. People who are looking for a guide are looking to do something and do something now. Going out and suggesting that you plant a few seeds, plump a couple of super blooms. Go and do your super bloom and you stand a strong chance of getting the healing potion recipe. I mean, I'll test it. I'll go do it in a minute. That's probably the way. That's the way I feel is the cheat mode nowadays. I think the fact that if you can get this, you can then get this recipe, craft 20 of these, and all of a sudden you're at 100. I reckon that probably goes all the way to 100. We might be able to actually tell. Wow, Dreamwalker's... Dreamwalker's Healing Potion. Crafted by this recipe. 3 skill points. Oh! Maybe this isn't going to get us as far as I thought. It goes... Apparently, it goes yellow at 55, green at 60, and then greys out at 65. So we can't actually take this as far as I thought. That will only get us to 65, best case. So even though it's a brand new 10.2 recipe, that still can't be used to boost your alchemy, unfortunately. but still might not be a terrible suggestion to at least get people to 65, as it's likely to be cheaper, 93 gold to craft these compared to crafting elemental potions of power, which are 315 gold a piece. I think people just want a shopping list and level to max in one go. Well, that's the approach I would prefer to give people, because yes, you're right. People who look up guides just want to know what can they do right now to get to 100 right now. And if there is a path that they can take that will allow them to do that, promote that first and then tell people about the other ways to do it. As under normal circumstances, my recommendation is to go at this point and just craft elemental potions of power. Use some of your draconic vials, use some of the omnium draconises that we crafted earlier and the 2 primal convergence to boost yourself to 56. Obviously then you'll get your first time craft out of that as well. 53, 56. Now it's gone yellow. It starts to get quite expensive to chance it. When does the recipe grey out though? Elemental potion of power. The recipe.
Is that your wallet?
Oh, this
just
greys
glad to
out at
see me.
65 as well.
Both, I hope.
Bear with the resub. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome in. A tired bear rolls into the chat. Tired? Tired? Just had Christmas and New Year. Should be alive, refreshed, vibrant. Unless, like me, you caught the dastardly cold that was going around. But welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it. I'm exhausted after my first week back. Oh, well, yeah, that'll do it. That'll definitely do it for sure. That'll do it. Work has that effect on people. Yeah, so even the elemental potion of power, even if we were to just craft a mass bunch of these, it's still going to grey out at 65. So that's still not going to take us very far. So maybe once we hit 65, we are really in a world of hurt. And it might then be that experimentation is the only road to success. Which feels a bit gross. Although, you know, it might just be. I was hoping, and I was thinking, that one of the new recipes might take us all the way to the end. Where'd you get these from? Anaran Plains, 400. Valdraken, 400. We probably... Sagacious Incense. This is a recipe... Hang on, isn't this recipe on the auction house now? Requires Artisans Consortium valued. But can't you buy the recipe for this? Didn't they make the recipe for this tradable? Meaning if you can grab this recipe, that's a guaranteed skill point. I'm pretty sure they made that. I'm almost convinced they made that. Didn't we look at that earlier? Loads to do, decided to come hang out for a bit. Usually the best way. Relax, enjoy yourself. Oh, wrong incense.
This is your time.
Oh, it's this one. The feathered incense or something. Which if we compare and contrast... Where is it? Yeah, these ones are not going to guarantee skill points. You're bought that at a very cheap price earlier, didn't you? Well, see, that's kind of what I thought, you know. That's kind of what I thought. Oh, somniferous essence. Yeah, draconic. This is the one I bought earlier on the cheap. Comes recipe in a bottle. That's still green. That's not one you're going to want to chase after. Yeah, you're right. So at this point, we are looking at this one by being valued with the Artisans Consortium. This is one of those... Hang on, we need a notepad. We need a notepad. This is a... 1 to 100 notes. This is where we need to start putting some notes down. So, because we have options, right? If already, because the what's the words I'm looking for here? Words, brain, do brain things. If the Artisans Consortium, if already valued, with the Artisans Consortium, 75 metal can purchase, what's this thing called? Sagacious incense. What are we? Skill, we are currently skill 56. So what I think we might do is for the 56 to 100, we're going to have to sort of basically give people options, right? At this point, you can do this, this, or this, and then that will get you to here. And then at this, once you've got to a certain point, you can do this, this, or this, and then it will get you somewhere else. You know, yeah, just tell people what their options are. Whatever the options are, tell people what their options are. Sagacious incense, what's the level out on that one? So actually we could technically get to 65 just continuing to make elemental potions of power is one option. So option 1 if already valued. Option 2 can't if profitable continue to make, what were they called? Elemental potions of power. To skill 65. Because of course you can still craft and sell these. Unlikely to be profitable exactly, but you know, somebody might look at that and say, oh well, that will get me to 65 and I can buy my way to 65. Some people like that option. There's going to be an option 3. Option 3 will probably be, I don't know if giving options in this scenario is the ideal way to do it, but we'll start with a we'll start with this and see what goes. Because if you're doing experimentations, most of these come from experimentations, right? So if you want anything from this point on that's going to be guaranteed, you're going to have to be just lucky with your experimentations. Elemental Potion of Ultimate Power is also purchasable on the auction house. I imagine that recipe is still mad level expensive though. Elemental Codex of Ultimate Power, 100k. Yeah, that's maybe I can't in good faith suggest people go buy that recipe. Cauldron of Power, Potion Mastery Batch Production, so we can kind of unlock that via the spec tree. Decay covered chests over in the Azure Span. Is that a Cauldron of Extracted? Oh, you can buy that recipe as well. It's not a cheap option, but it is an option. Same with the Draconic Vial Cauldron. These are 10k a piece to craft them, though, 8k a piece to craft them. So equally, not really all that sensible a suggestion from the perspective of leveling. Alchemy Stones. These give 3 skill points. Quartermaster Husang in the Anaran Plains. What skill do you actually need to get these recipes? One from Valdraken, one from Marok Centaurs. Alchemy was my second profession to max in Dragonflight. Experimentation's pretty cheap and doesn't require much effort. Just do the first crafts along the way and you're good. You're going to need sparks to make those stones. That's also true. That's also true, but you can also acquire sparks on the easy peasy. I think honestly the 3 options here are the 3 options that I can suggest in good faith that aren't going to cost people a bomb. If you're already valued with the Artisans Consortium, 75 metal can purchase the Sagacious Incense. That will be a cheap-ish craft to 65. 300 gold a piece to craft this is a cheapish way to get to 65. Although saying that, it's not much difference in actual value to crafting the elemental potions of power. Whilst your chance of selling these to at least recuperate some of your cost is probably better. Option 3. Continue to experiment. To learn new recipes. So that's really your 3 options up until 65. Are there any interesting recipes to make gold off after level 65? I don't think you need your skill. I don't think you're limited. You can get every single recipe in the game already at this point. That doesn't stop people wanting to get to 100 as fast as they can, though. Mostly because for every single point in this, you gain a skill point towards your recipe difficulty. You predominantly, if you want to play with crafting professions, one of your tick box criteria is to get all 100 skill points from here, because you are suboptimal until you have them. So you're not restricted by the recipes that you can acquire, but you're suboptimal compared to other alchemists out there, let's put it that way. So there's still good reason for people wanting to get to 100, and people will want to do it as fast and as efficiently as they can. How do I look about going about doing this, though? Because I need to get to 65. Because I suspect from 65 onwards we are going to very quickly be in the world of, well, you've run out of stuff to do. A slight tangent. Can you guarantee rank 3s with the best enchants? Not without metal. The new 10.2 enchants you can, and that's only because they use 2 different awakens. So you can double stack the 25 buff to guarantee the new ones. But your weapon enchants, your previous OG weapon enchants, the only way you can guarantee rank 3s is the use of Artisan's Metal. Or Illustrious Insight, same difference. At what point do you recommend getting the profession tools or accessories if starting professions now? You, as soon as you can acquire them, the sooner the better, honestly, as they do give you both. Obviously, once again, it's another one of those tick box things that you're suboptimal until you have them, because other people have them. If you don't have them, you are less optimal than they are and are going to struggle more so than they will. You want to get them as soon as you can, realistically. There's not so much of a limitation to how quickly you can get them now. 300 Artisan's Metal or so, or 225, 300 Artisan's Metal is, especially with alchemy, something that you are going to need that metal, because there does come a point where you are going to want to get all of these recipes, so you are ultimately going to want to do your experimentations as often as you can. So that is going to chunk through, at least on alchemy, that's going to chunk through a huge amount of your Artisan's Metal until you've learned everything. Meaning what you might want to do to get your tools is be a little bit more generous with your tip and see if you can find a crafter out there that is willing to use their Artisan's Metal in exchange for a slightly healthier tip. Most people, you will at this point find many people that will be happy to do that. They'll sell you their Artisan's Metal, so you could put the order in with all of the other materials just without the Artisan's Metal, and put a sizable tip, and you know you might get lucky. Did you do the transmutes? Is there any recipe or transmute to learn when transmuting for the first time? Well, a lot of people pick up alchemy because they want the Dracothist transmute, obviously. That's sort of one critical thing, right? But you can pick this up really quickly. You get this at like level 20, skill 25 or something. I can't remember exactly what it is, but you can, you don't need, literally within 5 minutes you can have this. Is it skill 50? Okay, well, so at this point already you could go get the recipe for Dracothis. They're not critical to your leveling of alchemy, but they are obviously big ticket items that people want. My suggestion is probably Awakened Frost and Dracothis are the two that you want. Awakened Frost just purely by the fact that it's still to this day one of the more valuable awakens out of the bunch. How much to pay for Artisan's Metal these days? I mean, there isn't really a going rate. You know, that's part of the deal. You know, if you find a crafter, put out a public order. Just put it out as a public order. Throw, 5,000 gold at it. If somebody bites, then you've got your weapon. If nobody bites because you haven't put a big enough tip, then next time offer a bigger tip. Keep increasing the price until somebody does bite. I don't know, whatever you think it's worth, honestly. All I know is that as a brand new alchemist, your Artisan's Metal is going to be more valuable for you to use with the experimentations than it is for you to use it towards your tools straight away, because you can buy somebody else's metal to get your tools, but you can't buy somebody else's metal to do the experimentation. So saw the post over on Reddit. Only read it diagonally, but can't say I agree with it. People would definitely spam no-tip orders, making public work orders even more miserable. Yeah, I caused quite a controversy. I was farming downvotes like an absolute machine on Reddit because of that take. But that's how the system was designed. That's actually the because you've got to look at it from the perspective of your only option would be to post public orders with no mats. So there wouldn't be any orders with some mats. There wouldn't be any orders with all of the mats. The only orders would be no mats. So you've got to consider that scenario in the first place. When that was the point that I think some people missed, that it would be an option where no materials can be provided with a public order. Meaning the only variable at play is the amount of gold that somebody offers as a commission. Ultimately meaning that when there's only one variable at play, they just stack in quantity basis, right? So the ones who offer the biggest tip at the top of the pile and will get filled first. A crafter will come along, and if it's at a price that they can craft it for and make a profit, they'll craft it. If not, they'll leave it. It doesn't matter. What would ultimately happen is that it would basically create market values for some of these items. If you lowball the price, then it's just not going to get crafted. And you as a crafter don't need to filter through them, because the only variable is the amount of gold that's being offered. Everything else is normalized. Everything else is the same. You know, every single order has no materials. You as a crafter need to provide all of the materials every single time. That's your job as a crafter, right? So what it would ultimately lead to is just a nice ordered list of this person is willing to pay this much, this person is willing to pay more, this person is willing to pay less. And it creates basically an ordered queue of people who want that item. It would actually remove all of the spam for the most part, because if you deliberately lowball too far, the ones above you are never going to disappear. So nobody in their right mind would do the 1 gold, 2 gold, 10 gold, 100 gold orders, because there'd be ones above it that you could choose to fill first that would be closer to the crafting cost at the very least. So all of the scam auctions would disappear instantly. Or maybe they wouldn't disappear because people would still chance it, but the point is you can flat out 100% ignore them. It doesn't take any of your brain energy to basically say that, oh, right, yeah, because actually, this is a good time for me to showcase this. That when you go and place an order, right, look at this from the perspective of somebody buying something or placing the order in the first place. When you go and place an order, the interface is already there to support this, right? So when you go and let's say you want to buy something, I don't know. Let's say you want to buy one of these. This button's already here, view similar orders. So if you don't know how much that you should be suggesting as a tip, let's assume that you haven't got an add-on that's telling you what the reagent value is here, because this is auctionator, I don't know. This is an add-on that's putting this value here. This is not default UI. All of the scam auctions would be on this list at like 1 gold, 2 gold, 10 gold, whatever. But they're clearly only there because they're not going to get filled, right? Viewing similar orders, and actually the commission that it puts in here by default is 1 gold above whatever the outstanding orders are, I think, by default. Let me see if I can find something where there is probably outstanding orders. If we go... there's probably outstanding orders on some of these. Right, look, you see the default commission... This is already in the game. This is already there. The default commission is set to 1 silver higher than what the current highest outstanding auction is. So players wouldn't even need to worry about what all of these materials are valued at. What should they look to be offering this interface would basically, all the materials would be removed because you can't offer your materials anyway. It doesn't need, it's information that doesn't need to be there. Get rid of it. Artisan's metal, soulbound materials could still be there as something that needs to be offered. But somebody comes along, they says they want this. Okay, well, I'll put myself top of the queue. Bang, place order. Job done, right? And crafters come along and they just fill orders from the top down. And once the orders get to a point where they're not offering enough gold to make it worth filling, crafters just are not going to fill it, right? And it would take a couple of days, presumably, but what would end up happening is crafters and the orders that get filled would be close to the crafting cost that crafters can actually, or worthwhile doing. It'd meet in the middle, because any order too far down the list just wouldn't get filled. It's this is why I think people didn't quite realize that the spam and the spam and the scam orders, the only way to get rid of those is to have public orders with no materials. And the way that we have it now, where it's kind of a bit of both, that you can offer some materials, or you can offer all the materials, or you can offer none of the materials, will always be the majority of the list bullshit orders. And it makes it significantly more difficult for a crafter because you have to go through them, or you have to use an add-on that filters them for you, and you have to try and find the good stuff, right? You've got to find the needle in the haystack that might be worth you crafting. The only way to simplify it for both the buyer and the seller for public orders is to have them with 0 mats. But that's a difficult concept in a Reddit thread to get across to people. Hence why I think I farmed downvotes like a beast. Because people were just like, no, that's not going to work. Although, realistically, I believe it's the only way it actually would work. And it bears no relevance to personal orders, right? So if you still want to provide some materials, or you still want to provide all of the materials, you still can. But you do it in a public order or a guild order. You find your crafter first, and then you give them all of the stuff, and then you give them whatever tip you've agreed. You know, this is what the internet can't do for some reason. The internet seems to have the inability to look at things within the walls. You know, with it, you know, you need to tunnel vision onto what's going on in this scenario, right? You need to say that, okay, well, this doesn't apply because you've eliminated that by having no materials. It would make it so much simpler and so much more straightforward. And it's clearly how it was designed from the word go. It clearly was designed because of these similar orders to say, okay, these are the outstanding. This column then is surplus to requirement. You don't need a reagents tab because you know all of the orders. The only variable is the one thing, and that's the commission that's being offered. It's, you know, there's only 3 possible options. There's the option that we have now, which is this, or that. Some, none, or all, which is just messy. Nobody can deny that work orders right now are just messy because it's so frustrating, and you need add-ons to filter through all of the crap right now. The other option is what we had right at the very beginning of the expansion, which was players for a public order have to provide all of the materials. Well, the difficulty with that is that an order is not going to stay as an order for more than about half a second. Because they're at that point, when all of the materials are provided and there's a commission on top, we can label that scenario as like a perfect order. An order where you as a crafter have absolutely 0 reason not to take it. Because you press 3 buttons, if you know, assuming that you can already make that thing, you press 3 buttons and you get some gold, you get more gold that you had. Not to mention, you also will get resourcefulness procs on those materials, meaning you might actually end up with more if the stars align. That basically 100% means that any order with 1 gold or more commission is going to get instantly filled, if not by you, but by somebody else. There is always going to be a queue of crafters ready and waiting to press that button, because it's a free gold button at that point. Sure, you have to have the recipes in the first place. You have to make sure you have the skill to make the thing in the first place. But let's also forget, public orders don't allow you to specify quality. So your actual skill as a crafter is surplus to requirement there even. You just need to have the recipe. Soon as you have the recipe, you can fill public orders for them. Even if you can only make quality 1, quality 2. Doesn't matter, because you can't specify the quality on a public order anyway. It's, you know, it's one of those that I think there is only one possible solution to make this actually work, and it's the way that it was clearly designed to work in the first place, which is buyers provide only the bare basic materials, e.g. the bind on pickup stuff, and the crafter does crafter things. How is that not a better solution for everybody? This is what I don't get. Most people's experience with public work orders is extremely frustrating, as they're simply non-existent, bar the bait ones, so it's hard to believe that this would change anything. Well, we do also need to remember that supply and demand is a thing. The amount of people that want things to be crafted is significantly less than the amount of crafts that crafters would like to do, right? A crafter would love, in a perfect world, to sit at the crafting order window and just permanently fill orders all day, making their gold pile increase. That's a crafter's dream, right? To be the only person on a realm who can craft a certain thing, and you sit there and you fill orders all day. That's the dream. No effort required whatsoever. You just sit there filling orders all day long. The problem is that is not a thing, right? There is always more people willing to craft a thing than there are people that want that thing. This is because you learn a recipe, you can make that recipe as many times as you like. You have no restriction on how many times you can craft an item in this game. Meaning the second one person gets the recipe, technically, that one person could fulfill every single order that wants that item crafted on their entire realm. You only need one person to have the recipe before the supply and demand curve flips on its head. So the way we have the system now, you are never going to have a queue of things because there's no reason for the queue to exist. Think about it like a restaurant. How many chefs do you tend to have in a restaurant? You tend to have one head chef in a restaurant. He might have some assistants, but predominantly you have one chef making food, and that one chef can supply many people with the food that they need. Only if there is a huge, monstrous influx of people does that chef start to run out. But in World of Warcraft terms, in crafting terms, you have hundreds of chefs and only a handful of people that want food. So how could you ever in that scenario expect there to be a queue of people that need to be fed? A queue isn't possible to form. This is why public order, the very second a perfect order comes through, an order that has all of the materials and an order that has commission on top, it's instantly sniped by somebody. Meaning the only thing that is visible to most players thereafter is the trash that nobody wants to fill. That's why people have all these negative vibes about the crafting order system. Oh, it's all just scam, it's all just bait. Because at the moment, it is. But Blizzard need to pick one, right? They need to pick a direction. They either need to go back to what we had previously, which was you have to provide all the materials. And if you have to provide all of those materials, then those orders are they're gonna land and they're gonna be sniped by somebody instantly. And people are just gonna have to deal with the fact that if they want to fill orders, they're gonna have to sit there and they're gonna have to click refresh, 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 refresh. There's an order, bang, go. You're gonna have to sit there and you're just gonna have to snipe, right? You're gonna have to just wait. And you'll have however many crafters on your realm doing exactly the same thing, and he who presses the button fastest wins. That's the only scenario, right? Or you have the scenario that we have now, where 90% of it is bullshit that nobody cares about. Or you have my suggestion, which is make it so public orders provide 0 materials. That way, you'll have an ordered list, you'll have your 1 gold, 10 gold, 100 gold people that want to try and lowball the crafters. But you will know as a crafter should do their crafter's job of knowing what the value of the reagents are, what it costs to craft a thing. And then when an order comes in that is somewhat close to their crafting, they can then make the educated decision of do they take that order or do they wait for an order that's more profitable. I don't see any other way that it can be done without changing 20 different things about the whole system. So it's I mean, I more than anything else would want the emphasis taken off the crafting order system for making gear anyway. I would want this to be purely a custom order system rather than a crafting order system. I would like it to be if somebody wants something customized that they can use this system, or if they want something recrafted they use this system. But I would much prefer we go back to a world where predominantly if people want something they can buy it off the auction house, because that realistically is the far more sensible approach. That, well, if I want something, why do I have to go fill out all of this order form business, right? If I want something, I can just buy it off the auction house. If I want to change it so it's slightly more customized to how I want it, I can buy one that has, you know, I could buy one that has haste mastery on it, but I could then get it recrafted if I really wanted, so that it has haste verse on it. If I really wanted to, I can do a custom order, I can do a recraft order with somebody. But the predominant way that you get gear should be so much more straightforward and simple that the crafting order system isn't needed in most cases. It's just Blizzard has made it so that we have to use this because everything's bind on pickup. You have no other choice. To be fair, doesn't the majority of alts have alts with professions? Why should I use an order crafting when I can just make it on my alt? Yeah, there's a lot of that as well, right? There's a lot of the fact that, people look to get other people to make things for them because it's easier than them making it themselves. But I still think the emphasis should be on ease of use. And I've said from the word go that the crafting order system is overly complex for what it needs to be, and it's that every single extra little level of complexity within the crafting order system makes it less user friendly and less open to abuse. Whereas if you simplify it as much as humanly possible, especially for the purpose of public orders, you can get as complicated and as customized as you like with a personal order because you're communicating with a crafter already. If you find a crafter that's going to make something for you and you want to say, well, I've got some of these materials, do you want these materials to help craft the thing? Then you can come to an agreement. That's the point of a trade, right? Yeah, you give me some of those materials and, I don't know, let's say 3,000 gold and I'll make it for you. It's the art of the deal, right? Personal orders, guild orders, complicated as you like, doesn't matter. But for public orders, it's got to be simple and it's got to be straightforward, because the point of it is exactly that. It's quick and it's quick. It should be quicker and easier for you to get a public order done. For both parties, this is the thing, right? I'm trying to find a balance between making it easier for the buyer and making it easier for the crafter. Didn't Blizzard say they were generally happy with the current system and will be doing a system close to this for the next expansion? Yes, exactly. This is why I've sort of started the ball rolling on discussions about this. We know the crafting order system here is to stay. We know the new crafting system in terms of your inspiration, resourcefulness, multi-craft, this sort of side. We know the new crafting system is here to stay, but they have said that they will, make alterations and tweak it going forward. The earlier we start, figuring out a good way of getting it done, the sooner we can put that feedback forward to them, and the sooner, hopefully, we can see some benefits for everybody included. Just get rid of inspiration. My problem with the personal orders and inspiration is that it causes issues. Inspiration's way overpowered. Inspiration's massively overpowered. Yes. So much so that I don't think inspiration needs to be got rid of completely, but it needs heavily tuning. Or it needs to, or what inspiration does needs adjusting. Instead of it giving you like a massive skill boost, and whereas today crafters have to rely on that massive skill boost to push them into the next quality that can't be obtained any other way. Well, it can be obtained one other way, and that's using Artisan's Metal, but people choose not to because they can recraft something 3 or 4 times and guarantee quality 5 via an inspiration proc instead. What they probably need to do is either change it so that inspiration doesn't give this massive skill boost, but instead adds a tertiary stat. If an inspiration proc happens, it adds speed or adds leech or it adds a tertiary stat onto the piece of gear. I think that's a good use of inspiration. That can be way more considered a bonus, but not something that must be there, right? It would basically mean then that crafters would have to use Artisan's Metal if they want to guarantee top quality. Or crafters should eventually, best case scenario here, crafters should eventually be able to naturally produce best quality crafts. They should be able to overcome the need to use Artisan's Metal to get there. But that should require, in my opinion, heavy specialization in one direction, which should be at a drawback to something else. By definition, specializing, right? This is also something that I think is something I would like to see changing. Because when you think about it, specialization isn't specialization. Specialization, by definition, is that you are better at doing something than you are at everything else. You have chosen to specialize in something. Whereas the spec trees aren't really specialization trees when you can have everything. If you can have everything and everybody else can have everything, then nobody is specialized. They're not spec trees, realistically, when you can fill every box. There should be a limit to how many spec points you can acquire. And if you choose to spec into something, let's say you're a blacksmith and you choose to spec into crafting weapons, you should eventually be able to put enough points into weapon crafting that you can guarantee quality 5 weapon crafts. Every time you press the button, you make a quality 5. But what that should also mean is that if somebody comes along and asks you to make a piece of armor, you can't guarantee making that piece of armor at quality 5 because you've spec'd into weapons. You can, if you so choose, use your Artisan's Metal when making a piece of armor to boost your skill to guarantee armor pieces as well. That then becomes a choice. Players either... There are obvious gamer workarounds to this, right? A gamer workaround to this is you just have 2 blacksmiths. You have one that specializes into weapons and you have one that specializes into armor. That, though, theoretically should still be fine because it then takes that one person double the effort because you've got to do everything twice. Double the effort should come with more of a reward, in my opinion. That's how I think the system should work. The fact that you can fill every node in every tree means you aren't specialist anymore. You're not a specialist, nor is anybody else. So that, I think, is kind of something that they need to reevaluate if they take this forward, which they've already said they are. I agree with your crafter's dream world where you spam refresh to pick the best and the freshest crafting orders. We already do the same when we look at flipping on the auction house. Well, that's true. Yeah. Fun fact that Blizzard should already know what specialization means, or should mean, since they use the same word for classes correctly. You can't be every spec at the same time. Yeah, exactly. You can't be a Frost Mage and an Arcane Mage at the same time. You have to choose. Are you a Frost Mage or are you an Arcane Mage? This is what I feel has been very weird about these profession spec trees, that they're not really spec trees. They're just once you've filled it out, you forget about it. Once you also then know that you're at the exact same level as everybody else. You're not truly specialized in any way, shape, or form. The only time that the spec trees were important was for maybe the first 6 weeks, because you had to very carefully consider how you spent your points to begin with. But by this point in the expansion, the fact that some people have the spec trees full, and in fact many people have the spec trees completely full, renders it all completely useless, because everybody is then equal again. So nobody's specialized. This is definitely a problem about stepping into the professions right now, that you are a good 8 weeks behind practically anybody else that has done anything, which is an issue. But I think one thing I would like to see is a limited quantity of specialization points that increases patch by patch. So what I think would be really nice, let's say theoretically you have, let's say, how do you make paint by default dark mode? Is there dark mode paint? I don't think there is a default dark mode paint, is there? There needs to be a default dark mode paint. Can we just, because paint's too bright. Oh, you can do layers on paint nowadays. Today I learned. Can we just fill it all in black? Fill it all in black, and then we'll write on it in white. That works, doesn't it? No, apparently not. How does that not work? Hello? What? How can I not use paint all of a sudden? Oh, dark theme. Fuck yeah. Get in my belly. That still doesn't work. Like, what? What? What's going on? Why does my pencil not work? Hey, no, here we go. Here we go. So, theoretically, what I think should probably happen with the spec trees is you should probably have 3 different trees. Hang on, we can do straight lines here. You should have 3 different trees. Let's just call them A, B, and C. It doesn't really matter. But in patch 10.0, sorry, 11.0, you could have, let's say, 25, 11.1, 11.2. You have, like, let's say, to fill a tree, whoa, that's not the right thing. So each and every patch that comes along, you gain yourself 25 bonus knowledge, right? You get 25 points to spend. Or you can acquire, should I say, 25 points each patch. I think if you could get 25 points each patch, meaning that, you know, you have to choose where you spend your 25 points. It kind of passively creates a catch-up system for players as well. You could, you know, you might only be able to get X amount of points per week. I'm making these numbers up, right, for the sake of maths, but you'd only be able to get so many points. It's, say, capped at 25 points. Then then the cap would increase to 50 points. Then the cap would increase to so you'd have like a patch cap on your points. And this acts nicely as a bit of a catch-up between each one, right? It might take you 4 or 5 weeks of playing with your profession for you to cap out your points for the patch. But then you choose where you spend your points. You can choose to spend them over here. You know, you could put 25 points in Spec A. You could then in 11.0 choose to put 25 points in each if you want to diversify a little bit. Diversification will be wrong, by the way, I'm just telling you. You'd still be better off probably putting all 50 points in Spec A, B, or C. Then you could also have some sort of a way for you to I mean, it's literally talent trees, right? It's actually talent trees, but it's for professions, right? It practically works the same, but they can increase the amount of spec points you can acquire. You could have, as each patch goes on, things like dragon shards. Obviously they won't be called dragon shards next time, but you could use a catch-up system like dragon shards to you know, as the patches go on, that currency could be more valuable to you and allow you to catch up quicker and easier. But the overall point of this is that you would never be able to fully 100%, or let's say even if you could 100% cap tree A, you'd have no points in tree B or tree C, or vice versa. I think this would work significantly better for a crafting thing. Hardcore sweaty goblins would just probably have 3 different blacksmiths or 3 different alchemists or 3 different whatever, but the point would still stand, is that you have to, as a single character, still choose to be a specialist in something. I think that would feel a lot better as a system, because as it stands right now, nobody cares about the spec trees at all. Anything less than 100% points is anything less than 100% points in your spec tree, you're just suboptimal. There's no sugarcoating it. You're just suboptimal unless you've got all of your points filled out. Simply because you can. The fact that you can means that other players have, and it means that if you haven't, you're suboptimal compared to somebody else. That's literally just how it is. Where at least if they made a proper specialization system, you would know that you have put all of your points in somewhere and can do something reasonably well. You could possibly even then at the end of each patch have a reset of the points, so that if the meta changes from one patch to another, you can reallocate your points. You'd have to be careful about how you do reallocation, otherwise you just have single characters constantly swapping. But it's I still think an actual proper specialization tree would work really, really well. On this topic, you're also suboptimal, by the way, for not having 480 characters when we're back on that train soon, I guess. Probably. Maybe, possibly. Who knows? Bob Ross plays WoW. Either way, I think, you know, changes to the spec tree, something along these lines, feels to me like it could make it a little bit more interesting, and it would be more readily available for there to be catch-up systems. It would be more readily available for players to, should we say, if you make a tragic mistake, you know, redo sort of reset your talents, even if it's you could use something like Artisan's Metal. I'm amazed they haven't used something like, well, I tell you why they haven't used Artisan's Metal in a minute. I think something like Artisan's Metal could be the crafter currency that you have to use to respec your trees. And that should have been something from day one. You should have had, if let's say you put all of your points in potion mastery and you wanted to switch to vial mastery for whatever reason, it should have cost you 1,000 artisan's metal to reset your points. Because artisan's metal is a time-limited currency by design. So that would mean every X amount of time that has passed, if you choose to allocate all of your artisan's metal to a respec, you can do. The reason they didn't do that is because they ballsed up artisan's metal, right? They broke artisan's metal. Or artisan's metal wasn't broke, it was broken because inspiration was too powerful. The reason people have thousands of artisan's metal lying around is because you have no reason to use it. You have no reason to use it because recrafting and just waiting for that inspiration proc is more often than not a better way of doing it than just using artisan's metal in the first place. And so people don't use artisan's metal like they should do. The point is that you get drip-fed artisan's metal, a small amount of it each week, as a secondary way to limit how much a crafter can craft. We spoke earlier about how soon as one crafter gets a recipe, they can make that thing as many times as they like. Which causes issues with the supply and demand. It means that that one crafter can fulfill the demand of a whole realm. Technically, they'd have a great day in the office if that was the case. But as more people get the recipe, and more people get the recipe, it becomes harder and harder and harder for those crafters to find somebody that wants that thing crafted. Can metal be sent to alts yet? No. It's quite funny to run around in Valdrakken and check people's wealth. Already saw some with 0 gold from auctions. Oh, hang on. You finished this add-on. You banged that out double fast. Wealth audit. You can probably not see it because Curse needs to approve it. We got... Hang on. Let's see. No, it doesn't. Dude, send it me on Discord. I'll manually install it. That's going to be funny to play with. That would be funny. We might do that. Can we talk about PvP crafted gear, which is currently pointless in my opinion? I mean, crafted PvP gear works. It has a limited lifespan, though. It lasts for like 5 seconds. It lasts for literally 5 minutes, and then people don't care about it anymore. Make sure to disable your weak auras whilst using it. All of my gold just vanishes. Poof! The Goblin Raider IO. Yeah, a little bit. Goblin IO. But yes, without going to... I mean, once again, I told you this entire stream is going to just be distraction heaven. The squirrels run large today. The squirrels run very large. I'm as you can tell, I'm unnecessarily passionate about this because it's my primary method of play in the game. You know how passionate some people get about Mythic Plus and about raiding. I get double level hype about this sort of stuff, but this is how I would like to see Spectres going forward. The fact that you can fill the Spectres, I think, is just dumb. This would also mean that as every patch goes on, the meta changes and you start to be able to do bigger and better things. One of the problems we had was that people could make rank 3 stuff within the first week, right? Which renders half of it pointless. One of the reasons why anything but rank 3, or in crafted gear terms, anything but rank 5 is the best. One of the reasons why that mentality is true is because within week 1 of the expansion, people could make the best quality stuff. Like, within seconds, right? If you have a system with a spec tree where the points are incrementally increased the maximum points that you could have. Consider it like a seasonal cap on your points, for example. This would mean that, you know, you'd have to specialize. Let's say there was 3 ranks of potion or recipe or something, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's say there was 3 ranks. The only way you could craft rank 2 potions in season 1 would be to put all 25 points in a tree in a very specific way. Basically gatekeeping rank 3 till at least patch 10.1. You know, this could slow down and actually mean that, you know, oh, next patch we'll get more spec points, and once we get more spec points we'll finally be able to start crafting rank 3 potions, and then the demand for rank 3 potions will be, you know, it's Blizzard can create the system from day 1, implement the system day 1, and then in theory they don't need to touch it because it's like pre-timed and preloaded, that every time a new major patch turns up that the barrier moves a bit further, and then by the end of the expansion people can guarantee max quality. You know, it paces itself naturally. This sort of style for the spec trees I think would help the game just feel better. I don't know a better way of describing it than that, but I think it would just feel better. Completionists will hate this profession tree. Well, not really, because you could turn up in 11.3 and do all of it, right? In 11.3, just like you can do with anything else in the game right now, if you turn up in the last patch of the expansion, you can power Zerg through everything and get everything done. You'd still, and most completionists don't care about stuff in the current expansion anyway, because they're far too busy completing stuff from the past expansions. But rank 1s in patch 1, rank 2s in patch 2, rank 3s in patch 3. Not so strictly defined as that, but yes, if you do everything in your, you know, you could maybe, if you actually specialize, if you heavily specialize, you could maybe push to rank 2 in the first patch by putting all of your eggs in one basket. And then if you continue to put all of your eggs in one basket, you could maybe eventually create rank 3s before other people. But kind of like how it works today, where you'd get close, but maybe not totally finish the, you know, you'd have to put all of your points in hit to make, okay, words, English, slow down. Say for example, in patch 11.0, without doing, if you put all of your points in Spec A, you'd be able to make rank 1 Spec A items. If you were to use Artisan's Metal on those, you might be able to get some rank 2s, but you'll be aggressively limited to how many rank 2s you can produce because you've only got so much Artisan's Metal. You would make it so the only way to get the next quality would be Artisan's Metal. And that, you know, that would mean that you're taking away the inspiration side of things. Inspiration proccing extra skill is, consider that a thing of the past. We'll figure out another reason for inspiration to be in the game. But if you put all of your spec points in Spec A, you could make, you know, rank 1s until your heart's content. But if you choose, you could use your Artisan's Metal to make some rank 2s, which of course are going to be more valuable. Of course, your rank 2s are going to be the ones that people still want, but the rank 2s would then probably be significantly more expensive because of their limited nature. It would mean that rank 1s would still be the one, you know, your sweaty, pay-to-win millionaire goblins would be able to buy rank 2s all day long and pay the premium all day long. And your 0.1 Mythic Raiders would probably feel obliged to use the rank 2s straight away, but that's their problem, right? The majority of what would be available would be rank 1s, but rank 1s would, you know, still be the predominant. I just think there is so much, it's so much easier to pace and to allow people to actually properly specialize if you do it in this sort of design. Oh, hello, what we got going on here? Hello, hello, hello. Let's give this a blast. Let's give this a go. Hang on. Whoops. Let's the fact that you're able to bang out this add-on within 3 seconds amazes me. Flipping out. Now I've got to remember where my add-ons folder is. Who knows the default place for an add-ons folder? Flipping out. Where's World of Warcraft even installed? Retail? Interface, add-ons. Let's bang it in there. Okay. We're going on a paw hunt. Right, it's likely to... Let's, wealth audit. Check out your target's wealth. Tell me how. Tell me how. Watch all my gold disappear. Wealth audit. Ah! So you just click on somebody. You target somebody. Most gold ever owned. Gold earned from auctions. Noodle rogue. Let's go paw hunting. Okay, hang on. I need a drink. Okay, right, let's go to the auction house and let's see, let's scour Valdrakken and see what's going on. I thought this would be probably the 2 most interesting stats. Can probably make a list of stats with some options, checkboxes, whatever. That sounds quite cool. So let's put nameplates on.
Champion, may I have a word with
Let's
you?
find some people. Right, you. Blood Elf Beastmaster Hunter. Most gold ever owned, 2.4 million. Gold earned from auctions, 3.9 million. Semi proficient at what they do. We have a level 70 Disc Priest. Most gold ever owned, 340,000. With 299 of it earned by auctions. This, I think, is closer to what we will end up finding as a, should we say, an average, an average player. Cupcake, a balanced druid. Most gold ever owned, 702,000, with only less than 12,000 gold earned from auctions. Does it work on yourself? Oh, it does work on yourself. 50,000 is the most gold ever owned, nothing from auctions. This is a fresh boost character. Who else we got? Sassy Monk, Blood Elf Windwalker Monk. Most gold ever owned, 125,000 gold, with a little over 200 that comes from auctions. So this sort of goes to show, right, that your average player... Now, obviously, most players don't do all of their auction housey stuff on their own characters, right? Most, I think, long-term players, I would say, are more likely to have like a bank character that they send everything to and sell everything on. I don't think that's too uncommon a practice nowadays. Let's find some others. A level 70 Guardian Druid. Little over 1 million gold. Most of it has been obtained by selling stuff on the auction house. We have a Resto Druid. Most gold ever owned, 415,000, with basically none of it ever coming from auctions. Who else we got? Let's go into the auction house, actually. Let's look at the people who are chilling around the actual auction house. Booty Bay would be a good place to have a look. Yeah, I imagine it probably would. Gingerbread, a level 70 Feral Druid, has never earned a penny from auctions and has never had more than 19,000 gold. Good probability that this is either a brand new character or a boost. Who else we got? Slough, 60k, 140 from auctions. Actually, the irony here is the people that are knocking around the auction house are the people that have least gold. This Time XR is a bit of an auction house player, with 1.7 million made from auctions, but never having over 700k. I don't know how this. This is quite. Whilst this is quite fun, I don't know how. I want to take a little bit of a look. I want to find what sort of areas of the game are 500,000 gold, gold earned from auctions, 300k. It goes to show there's lots of people there's lots of people knocking about, right? That either make a reasonable amount of gold, or like this, have never interacted with the auction house ever whatsoever. 335,000 golds, the most this character's ever owned. Not a single penny has ever come from the auction house. Has never sold a bean, at least on this character. Tambourina. Oh, big money. Big money. Most gold ever owned, 5 million. And has made 14 million from auctions. Big time player. Big time player. Blue Mo. Augmentation Evoker. Most gold. Yeah, some commas in here would make things very much easier to read. 7.5 million is the most gold that Blue Mo has ever owned. Big numbers. Yeah, it's only ever made 1.4 million gold from auctions. So my suggestion is Blue Mo probably has a wealthy. This is probably an alt, a wealthy main. Most gold ever owned, about 330k, means they practically save for a token, and that's the most they've ever had. Yeah, this is what I think you'll find is quite commonplace, right? I think you'll find it's very common to find people in or at or around the sort of 300k point. 3 to 400k is, I expect, where you'll find people. A lot of people. Most gold ever owned, 800k, 1.6 mil from auctions. 1.6 mil owned, practically none of it from auctions. In that, I mean, that sort of level of wealth means it must have been transferred from a main, because you don't earn that in game easily. 500k most ever owned, 672 from auctions. Let's head over to Orgrimmar. Let's go scout some people in Orgrimmar. We might find some lower levels in Orgrimmar as well. It's obviously predominantly level 70s over here. Go Booty Bay. You want to see some big numbers in Booty Bay? How do I quickly get to Booty Bay as Horde? How do we quickly get to Booty Bay as Horde? We took the boat, right? Hang on. Zeppelin to Stranglethorn. That's the play. That's the play. Should maybe put in something like a high score. Like a league table. You should know from Season of Discovery. My brain's not quite switched on for this game yet. Although Season of Discovery I'm playing Alliance, so even that doesn't make sense. Right, where's the Zeppelin? Where you at? Don't you usually have a timer or something on you? Oh, I guess we wait. I guess we wait. Changing the title of the stream, Hunting for Poor People? Or Hunting for Rich People, depending on how you look at it. Is your glass half full or is your glass half empty? Or not people, more so bots. Yeah, let's go take a look in Booty Bay, see what's knocking about down there. My glass is just half kappa. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. This is quite clever. The fact that you bang this together in like 20 minutes still surprises me. Who said this Zeppelin's quick? Where's he at? I swear they use... Oh, well, it's here now. Oh, yeah, you can say, where is the Zeppelin now? Yeah, that's as close to a timer as you get, yeah. I remember. Never understood the use of Booty Bay since you're outside, so you can't log out instantly. Yeah, you've made an assumption there. You've made an assumption that you're logging out. The people in Booty Bay are not logging out, my friend. They log in the morning, and they log out in the evening. There's no logging out needed. The utility aspect of Booty Bay, though, the fact that you've got the bank, a mailbox, guild bank, and an auctioneer, and you do not need to move a single pixel. That's why so many people use it. You do not need to move a single pixel, and you can do all of your activities. Somewhat of a frustration occasionally because the NPCs can get killed, but that happens infrequently enough that the utility aspect is still good. The only other place that works in a similar fashion to that, whilst is actually Alliance only, is the Shrine in Mr. Pandaria. But the caveat with that is that you need to have engineering on the character to use the auctioneer. Put the average gold earned per day. Yeah, this is where I think you could put some tick boxes or something in the add-on. You could have this as like the default, right? But in the add-on options, put some tick boxes or something to other stuff. As long as it means that it doesn't increase like lag or anything. Right, let's go scout Booty Bay. Let's go find some bots. Feels odd flying, you know. It's so weird. I played Season of Discovery for the entirety of December, barely touched retail for a minute. It just feels odd flying. In a couple of weeks, we'll be dragon riding, doing the same. Once 10.2.5 launches, to my understanding at least. I use Pandaria since all my bank toons are level 10 Vulpera mages for min-maxing. Min-maxing your bank ult. I like it. I just put my auction house wherever I want. Yeah, I saw you post that in the Discord that you were putting... relatively quiet down here. Ken Tony. Ken Tony is a Booty Bay amateur, 1.6 million from auctions, 234,000 gold is the most ever owned. I mean, if that's how much you've made from auctions, but that's the most you've ever owned, Ken Tony clearly cashes out the second he has the option to. Is a hardcore Booty Bayer. Hardcore Booty Bayer. Same scenario. Most gold ever owned, 382,000. Gold earned from auctions, 17, nearly 18 million. Nearly 18 million made from auctions, and they're gone. And they're gone. Clearly cashes out to Blizzard balance the second they go over a threshold. Or cashes out to token. Nice, clearly a bot. Isn't that the new child of Elon? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Another one with unscrupulous naming. Most owned, 2.9 million. Sizable amount of gold to have owned in one go. Has made 13 million gold from auctions, though. Greater chance for it to be legit, but still with a name like that, you'd question it. Rodgin Bloom. Rodgin Bloom has never had more than 1 million gold, yet has earned 4.8 million gold from auctions. Good chance that that's just a legitimate bank alt then in that scenario. Check the achievements of those two. Statistics. Never looted a single dime. Never made a single dime from quests. Has posted 3,585 auctions. Has purchased a very similar amount of auctions. Most expensive auction bid on was 130,000. Most expensive auction sold was 352,000 gold. Gold spent on postage, gold spent on travel, 5 copper. It's either a hardcore flipping alt or something fishy, right? Or something fishy. Clearly never had, you know, even this is a boosted character, right? Boosted level 70. Even then I've had like some gold. I've at least completed one quest, you know. 100% a flipper. Frost Agent. 1.2 million gold, most ever earned. Gold from auctions, 7.75 mil. Clearly a solid bank alt there. Level 10 Volpera Priest, clearly a bank alt. Clearly a bank alt. Actually though, Booty Bay is relatively quiet today. I would have expected more people buzzing down here. Maybe it's the layer I'm on. Maybe if I was to... I've got war mode on or anything silly? No. Oh, hello, here's a Sussarooney. Sussarooney, most gold ever owned, 427,000 gold. 6.6 million is the amount made from auctions. Real Sussarooney. Real Sussarooney. 50 achievements. Yeah, hardcore auction house flipper. 46,900 auctions posted. 43,590 auctions purchased. Hardcore flipperoonie. Nearly 427,000 gold. That's probably meaning that was probably the most they had when the tokens were at their highest. Most people in Booty Bay are flippers. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I'm making strong assumptions here, but you know, with names like that, you know, your assumptions are usually not too false. I'm gonna make fun with all of the guildies tonight, telling them how much they've earned. Yeah, don't tell them how you do it either, because a lot of people won't even realise those statistics exist. It would be funny. Should we go? You're right. The shrine is big business. How do we get to the shrine from here? In fact, I don't really need to be doing it on this character per se, do I? I can be doing this on any character I like. Let's go back to Valdrakken. Let me jump on another character. I've got characters in the shrine already. Make an add-on called Bot Detector. Just assuming stuff based on achievements and make the world burn. Somehow, I don't think that will be an add-on that would actually get approved. Although it might do. Who knows? Doing God's work. Or Blizzard's work in this case. Let's jump on to... Let's go. Let's go here. Because this character's in the shrine already. Alliance Shrine has more characters on it because it's better placement, yeah.
Hello.
What was the slash command? Wealth Auditor. So who we got over here then? Who we got over here? Ha! Brand new character. Absolutely 100% brand new character. Level 10 Cultarian has been sent 1 million gold and has never earned a penny from auctions. Brand new character. Welcome your alt. Troll Boney. No. Troll Boney has made a whopping, has owned a whopping 3.8 million gold, and has made, by the looks of things, the lion's share of it, 4.5 million from auctions. Random shiz. Cash monies here. 1.1 million most owned. 3.2 made from auctions. Hey, there's Trollbone. There's like 12 Trombonies. So somebody's doing some. Somebody's got multiple accounts on the go here. I apologise if this is one of you guys, by the way, but you know this is public information. Sue me. Trollbony, most gold owned cap, with a casual 76 million gold made from auctions. Trollbony is clearly somebody's clearly somebody's multi account selling. BOA gold 682,000, made most of that from the auction house. Oh, big money here, look. Owned gold cap. Most owned ever gold cap. 15.2 million gold from auctions. I need to fix my nameplates because I can't select players. 4.4 million gold, only ever made 4k of it from auctions, yet is chilling in the bank right now. Do you know the add-on wardrobe tool? Discovered it this weekend. It's perfect, although it might be unnecessary when transmog is unlocked in the next expansion. I've heard of it. I don't know too much about that sort of add-on because transmog means nothing to me. I couldn't care less. I'm stuck. Character stuck. I wonder who this could be. 1.4 million most gold owned. A casual 33 million gold made from auctions. Yeah, some ballers in the... Some big players in the shrine. Argos fan? No. Argossum fan. Owned gold cap. 14.4 million made from auctions. Yeah, some big players out here. Big players. Want me to make a command for the add-on? It's pretty neat. Well, it's not publicly available yet. It needs to be authorized by Curse. I'm just testing it out, having a bit of a play with it. Oh, it's already on Curse now. Oh, it is. Oh, well, there we go. There we go. It's already on Curse. Check it out. That was approved very quickly. Let's have a run round. Hang on. Let's jump back on Bombcorn. I mean, it goes to show, right? If we have a little bit of a run through Orgrimmar, for example, because that's where, you know, a vast majority of players will chill. Well, Valdrakken was a really good indicator for this. You can very, very quickly see. Just kind of like the amount of gold that people sort of tend to have. A couple of tokens is the most this player's ever had. Tokens worth of gold. Never had more than a token's worth of gold. Never made a penny from auctions. What's the chances, right? This sort of value screams this person made this character and then took $20 off their credit card and bought a token. That's why their most gold ever owned is suspiciously close to what a token is worth right now. And if we were to compare achievements, you know, they're not a brand new character by any point. They're not a brand new character. They've looted a bit of gold. They've made a bit of gold from quests, but the likelihood is that the most gold that they've ever owned is predominantly by the fact that they probably took $20 and bought a token. The little under 1 million gold made 500,000 from auctions. Who we got here? Whoops. Gummy gun. Never owned more than 50k, 12k made from auctions. And this is just sort of like casually looking at a few people in and around Valdrakken. 5.2 million gold most owned, never made a penny from auctions. Clearly somebody's alt.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
Silkerlock, most gold owned, 11,000, made all of it from auctions. Clearly somebody who's a relatively fresh character, might not necessarily have been their first character. They've had the account for a while, but I've not done anything particularly on the character, just rolled a new character. Good chance when you look at gold looted and gold from quest rewards that this is like either a 60 boost or a freshly leveled level 70 character. you can very quickly, I mean, obviously this is very heavily assumption, but you can start to see just how the gold that most people have had, the maximum gold, most people have never had more than 1 million gold. 433,000 is the most they ever owned. They made most, you know, they've done some auction housey stuff. 1.3 million gold is the most they've ever had, never sold a single thing on the auction house. 72k, the most they've ever had, done a bit of auction housey stuff. Who is this? A level 70 Havoc Demon Hunter. Obviously, I got to remind people, these are per characters. This is not an account thing. These could clearly be people's alts. As you can see here, 20,000 achievement points. Clearly just somebody's alt. Clearly an alt, right? They've had achievements from back in 2013. Clearly an alt. 700k, made 230 from auctions. But very sporadically do you ever see a player that's, you know, outside of auction house stalking. It's very rare to see a player that's ever owned more than 1 million gold, by the looks of things. 1.4 million, the most ever owned. 200k's come from auctions. Suspiciously similar quantity as you get from a token. 93,000 gold, the most ever made. 432,000, the most gold ever owned. Never made any from auctions. Yeah, it's like I said, everything revolves around the token. Whether people have bought 1 or 2 tokens at a time or something along the lines, you know, this is how people play the game, right? Gold is something that the vast majority of players just buy a couple of tokens if they need gold. They take $20, $40 off their credit card, and that's how they get their gold. And some very quick and easy stalking kind of highlights that fact, right? That there are clearly, you know, because realistically, you are going to have done some auction housey stuff if you were to have had more than 1 million gold, generally. Like this dude, for example. 1.2 million is the most gold he's ever had. The vast majority of that seems to have come from auctions. Probably somebody that goes out there, does some stuff, sells some stuff, a bit of crafting, bit of fun, you know, general overall player. But, you know, those players that you run around and you see all so frequently that have 9.9 gold capped, only made 5.6 of it from auctions. Why Val Draken's very quiet today. Obviously scouting the crafting corner, you're likely to come across some more craftery people. Most gold ever owned, 383,000, 242 come from auctions. Down in the crafting quarter, you're more likely to find players that have actually done some crafting. 7k from auctions. Nearly 1 million most owned. Let's go over to the PvP area. See what's going on in there. See who playing around in here. Val Draken's very quiet. Jesus, dead game. Holy smoke. 200k most owned, 171 from auctions. Does a bit of farming, sells a few things. Mistweaver Monk, 200k most owned, 800k come from auctions. Clearly does a bit of farming, cashes out a month of game time as soon as they can. You know, I'm not going to waste hours doing this, but it just, you know, is a nice way to showcase how people play the game. If you are, you know, if you are in the Goblin sphere, the fact that you're here in the first place probably means that you have dabbled in goal making. I don't think there's many people that watch my content that haven't dabbled in goal making. I don't diversify that much. But we live in a bubble, right? We kind of half assume that everybody has lots of gold. Or should I say it's very easy to assume that everybody's got lots of gold. It's easy to assume that, you know, if you need gold, you go out and you farm. If you need gold, you craft some stuff and you know, you hustle. That's what most of us do. But equally, it distracts us from the fact that actually most people who play this game, if they need gold, they buy a token. And then when they run out of gold, they buy another token. There's not that many people who seem to, I mean, taking just 2 statistics into account, there doesn't seem to be too many people that that really hustle for their gold. Most people, they buy a token, the gold runs out, they buy another token. Maybe they've bought 2 tokens at a time. Maybe they bought a token, they leveled up their professions, they did a bit of farming, they sold a bit of stuff. But most gold ever owned, 32k, 1k come from auctions, probably a brand new character. There are not only lots of characters that have never had more than a token's worth of gold, but there's also a surprising amount of characters that have had their most gold ever seems to be a convenient multiple of
Champion, may I have a word with
a
you?
convenient multiple of what a token value would be, like 3, 6, 9. Yeah, quite interesting to see.
I have many
Cool little add-on though. Cool little add-on. Boys and girls, I think I'm going to leave it there for today. I'm also cautious that I don't blow my voice out by sitting here streaming too long, considering I am still technically half recovering from a flu. So I'm going to leave it there for today. Thank you all for joining. First day back. Kind of interesting and fun to be in retail. I know the stream was all over the place today. We did a whole bunch of stuff. I'm still going to continue working on re-understanding the profession leveling so I can put them together in videos. We picked alchemy today to start having a little bit of a look at. I'll probably work on this a little bit more later, probably off stream. It's interesting to see how little has actually changed since the launch of Dragonflight. One of the things that I half expected to change would have been that if you pick up one of the newer recipes, where's it gone? Like for, I was half expecting that like maybe the new 10.2 healing potion, for example, if you were to get that, it would allow you to, where's it even gone? I don't know, can't find it. I was half expecting that maybe some of the new recipes would allow you to get from 50 to 100 a bit faster, almost as a kind of passive catch-up. But that still doesn't seem to be the case, which is a bit weird, but a bit weird. Anyway, we'll be back again tomorrow. It's the schedule this week is back to normal, I think. We'll probably be streaming Monday through till Friday, similar sort of time. Now that Christmas, now that New Year is all out of the way, we can get back to a little bit of normality. Obviously, next week we're going to have 10.2.5 launching, so that will keep us very busy on the latter half of next week. This week, I think I'll probably be pottering around, doing a few bits or pieces, seeing what's what. Probably focusing on getting a couple of these revitalized profession leveling videos. We'll do the plan. I'll probably, to be honest, I'll end up doing a lot of the planning on stream, building this out a little bit more, understanding the full 1 to 100 for the professions in a bit more detail, and get that out to people. All of this I wanted to do in December, and Season of Discovery got in the way, but we had a lot of fun with Season of Discovery, and we will go back to it, by the way. I've not completely abandoned Season of Discovery. I just want to get a few basic things that I should have done a while ago done. But enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for all joining again. We will be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. So if you haven't, press all of the buttons. Most of you have anyway. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.